Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep.
It started as a simple habit, one of those rituals I never gave much thought to. Every evening, just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, I would lace up my sneakers and take a long walk around the neighborhood. The park was only a few blocks away, so it became my refuge, a place where I could clear my mind, shake off the stress of the day, and breathe in the quiet of the evening. My neighborhood was the kind of place you rarely thought about. It was peaceful, mostly families, kids running around during the day, quiet streets at night. It was the sort of place where nothing ever happened. Or so I thought. The first night I noticed him, I thought nothing of it. I was walking my usual route through the park, the darkening sky overhead, the chirp of crickets filling the air, and there he was, a man. Standing at the far end of the path, near the entrance to the park. He was wearing a hoodie, the kind that covered most of his face, but not enough to hide his height or his broad shoulders. He was just standing there, not moving, watching me. It struck me as odd, but I chalked it up to the eeriness of the park at night. Maybe he was just another walker, maybe he was just waiting for someone. I wasn't going to think too much about it. Still, I quickened my pace, eager to get through the park and back into the safety of my street. The next night, the same thing happened. I was walking, just finishing my loop, when I spotted him again. This time he was further down the path, standing still under a street lamp. I couldn't see his face, but I knew it was the same man. Same hoodie, same posture, everything the same. I felt a slight twinge of unease, but again, I told myself I was being paranoid. He was just another person out for a walk, nothing to worry about. But there was something about it that made my skin crawl. Every time I turned a corner, every time I glanced down the path, I could feel his presence. I tried to shake it off, but the nagging feeling that he was always there, watching, never left. The third night was the tipping point. I had been walking at the same time as always, same path, same routine, and there he was once again, standing at the far end of the park, watching. He was always at the same spot, no matter how much I tried to vary my route. It was as though he knew exactly where I would be, as if he was following me. I didn't want to be one of those people who overreacted to every little thing. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. That night, something inside me snapped. I couldn't keep walking and pretending everything was fine. I decided to confront him. I wasn't sure what I planned to say, but I couldn't keep walking away, pretending that this wasn't happening. My heart was racing as I turned the corner that led to the path he always stood on. I wasn't sure what I expected, but when I reached the corner, he was gone. There was no sign of him. Just the empty park, the same as it always was. No trace, no footprints, no shadow lingering in the dim light. I stood there for a moment, staring into the park, trying to make sense of what just happened. Had I imagined it all? Maybe I was just overreacting. But the unease that had built up in my chest, that tightness in my stomach, didn't go away. I wasn't being paranoid. Something about that man, his presence, his stillness was off. It wasn't right. I walked home that night, trying to shake the feeling that I was being followed, that something had shifted, and I didn't know what it was. The streets felt empty, too quiet, like I was the only person left in the world. My footsteps echoed, each one loud against the silence. Over the next few days, things started happening. Small things, things that didn't make sense. One afternoon, I went out to my car, and I noticed something strange. There were footprints near my car. At first, I thought they might have been from the rain or from someone walking by, but they didn't make sense. The shape of the shoes wasn't right. They were too deep, too distinct, like someone had stood there for a while, just watching. But the most unsettling thing was that they didn't lead anywhere. They were just there, as though the person had come out of nowhere and then disappeared into thin air. I brushed it off, tried to tell myself I was being ridiculous, but the thought wouldn't leave me. Then there were the scratches on my door. They weren't deep, just faint marks on the wood, like something had dragged its fingers across the surface. I knew I hadn't done it, and there was no logical explanation for them. I ran my hand over the scratches, my breath catching in my throat. It felt like someone or something had touched it, had been here. But there was no one. I hadn't heard anyone approach. I hadn't seen anyone. I started locking my doors and windows before I went to bed, double-checking everything to make sure I was safe. I couldn't explain it, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger with each passing day. It was always there, like a shadow lurking in the corner of my mind, reminding me that I wasn't alone. And then, one night, I came home late from work and noticed something worse. The front door. It was slightly ajar. My blood ran cold. I stood there for a moment, my heart thudding in my chest as I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had left it open earlier. Maybe I was distracted. But no, I was sure I had locked the door when I left. I always locked it. I pushed the door open slowly, each creak of the hinges seeming to amplify the silence around me. The house was dark, too quiet, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was inside. I walked through the hallway, my footsteps muffled against the carpet, and turned on the light. The living room was empty, nothing out of place. But the air felt heavier, as if it had been disturbed, as if someone had been there. Then I smelled it. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, but I recognized it immediately. It was the same scent I had noticed in the park, the same one that had made me uneasy. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was strange, like a mix of something sharp and musky, something old. It made my skin crawl. I stood frozen in the doorway, my breath shallow, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. Someone had been here. Someone had been in my house. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to think about the man from the park, the one who had been following me, but the signs were all there. The footprints, the scratches, the door, the smell. I didn't know who he was or why he was doing this, but I knew one thing for sure. He was still watching me, and he was getting closer. The next few days passed in a blur of unease and heightened vigilance. I tried to go about my routine, but it felt different now. The park, once a place of calm, had become a source of dread. Every evening, as I laced up my sneakers, I felt a growing sense of dread in the pit of my stomach. The idea of being out there alone, walking through the park where I'd once felt at peace, now seemed terrifying. I tried to tell myself that I was overreacting. People walk in parks all the time. I had no reason to believe that something terrible was happening. Yet with every step, every crunch of leaves beneath my feet, I felt that familiar sensation again, the feeling that someone was watching me, following me. I wasn't sure when it started, but it was there, creeping into my thoughts. That first night after I had noticed the footprints near my car, I went out again. I couldn't stop myself. It was almost as if I was trying to prove that I was just being paranoid, that I could take my walk like I always had, and nothing would be out of place. But as I walked down the same path in the park, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The evening air was crisp, and the street lights cast long shadows that stretched across the empty path. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone lurking in the dark, but there was nothing. Still, the unease wouldn't leave. The trees loomed around me like silent sentinels, and every rustle of the wind made my heart skip a beat. It wasn't the wind, it was him. I didn't know why I was so sure, but I could feel his presence, just out of sight. I walked faster, trying to push the thought out of my head, but the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. As I neared the end of my walk, the same figure appeared. Just like the first night, he was standing at the edge of the park, wearing that same hoodie, his head down, his body still. My breath caught in my throat. There he was, the man who had been following me. I tried to keep walking, to pretend like I hadn't seen him, but my steps faltered. He didn't move. He didn't acknowledge my presence, but I could feel his gaze, cold and calculating, fixed on me. I was frozen. My legs wouldn't move. I kept walking, but the dread was overwhelming. As I walked past him, I tried to keep my head forward, my eyes straight ahead, but I couldn't help myself. I had to look. For a second, our eyes met. It was like a shock ran through me. His eyes were dark, too dark, like there was nothing behind them. No life, no warmth, just coldness. I forced myself to keep walking, my steps quickening as I neared the exit. I glanced behind me, but he was gone. He had vanished into the dark, the same way he always did. I didn't know how he did it, how he was always there, always watching, always waiting. I thought about the strange feeling I'd had every night, how it seemed like he always knew exactly where I was, how he always appeared at the same spot, right when I walked by. It couldn't be a coincidence anymore. It wasn't a random man out for a walk. This was something else, something calculated. I couldn't explain it, but something told me he was following me on purpose. It wasn't random. He was waiting for something, and I had no idea what it was. When I got home, I double-checked the locks on all the doors, my heart still pounding. I told myself I was just being paranoid, that there was nothing to fear. But as I sat on the couch, staring at the door, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The next morning, I went out to my car again. The footprints were there, fresh ones. I had parked in the same spot the night before, but when I looked down, there were new prints close to the car, leading up to it and then disappearing. The same deep impressions I had seen before, only this time they were too close. They weren't casual, they were deliberate. The person had been standing there, waiting, watching. I turned quickly, looking around, but there was no sign of anyone. No one in the yard, no one walking down the street, just the empty, quiet morning. But the tracks were real, and so was the sense of dread that settled over me. I didn't know how to explain it. Maybe I was losing my mind. Maybe I was overthinking everything. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was inside my life, moving closer, watching from the shadows. Later that day I went to work, but I couldn't focus. Every time I looked out the window, I thought I saw something, just a flash of movement in the corner of my eye. I couldn't tell if it was real or just my imagination playing tricks on me. But when I got home that evening, my heart sank. The door was slightly ajar again. I froze, staring at the door. It wasn't wide open, just a crack, but it was enough to make my blood run cold. I had locked the door when I left. I was sure of it. I stepped inside, my breath catching in my throat. The house was silent. The air felt heavier than usual, like something was off. I slowly walked through the living room, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow, looking for anything out of place. The smell was there again, that same odd, unfamiliar scent. It wasn't unpleasant, but it made my skin crawl. It was like something I couldn't place. Like something was in the air, just out of reach, lingering. I checked every room, every closet, every corner. Nothing. It was like I was imagining it. But then, I saw it. The faint scratches on the door frame. I hadn't seen them before. They were subtle, barely noticeable unless you were looking closely. But now, in the light, they were clear, thin lines gouged into the wood, like something had scraped it. Something or someone had been inside. I stumbled backward, my heart racing. It wasn't a mistake anymore. Someone had been in my house. Someone had gotten so close to me, that I couldn't even hear them. I knew I should call the police, but who would believe me? A few strange marks on the door, a feeling of being watched. It all seemed so trivial, but it wasn't. It wasn't trivial. I could feel it. Something had crossed a line and I didn't know how to stop it. I stood there, my hand gripping the door frame, my mind spinning. I knew one thing for sure. He wasn't just following me. He was getting closer. It had been days since I noticed the scratches on the door frame, and the unease only continued to grow. Each time I walked into my house, the silence felt too heavy, too thick. The strange smell, that haunting scent, still lingered in the air, but I couldn't place it. It didn't belong here. It felt as though it had settled into the very walls of my home, embedding itself in every corner and crevice. I kept telling myself that I was overreacting, that I was just imagining things, but deep down, I knew something was terribly wrong. I tried to focus on other things to distract myself, work, chores, anything that could take my mind off the creeping dread that followed me. But every time I left the house, every time I returned, I felt it, the weight of being watched, the knowledge that someone was out there, waiting for me, hovering just out of sight. That feeling of being followed had only intensified over the last few nights. He was there again, right on cue, appearing at the same spot in the park, never too close, always keeping his distance, but always present. Every time I turned the corner of the park, I saw him. The figure in the hoodie, his face hidden, his steps deliberate, as if he was following my movements exactly. I couldn't figure out why he wasn't getting any closer. He never approached, never spoke, but the tension between us was suffocating. I had to get answers. I had to know what was going on. The night after I'd seen him again, I made a decision. I was going to confront him. I had prepared myself mentally for this. I had convinced myself that it was necessary, that if I didn't take control of the situation, things would only get worse. As I walked through the park, I kept my pace steady but quick, trying not to show my fear, hoping to seem confident in front of him. Every sound felt amplified, the crunch of leaves beneath my feet, the distant rustle of branches in the wind. I could feel him out there, lurking, but I didn't turn around. I wasn't going to make it easy for him. Then, as I neared the corner where I usually spotted him, I saw the hoodie, the same as always, standing still in the shadows, watching me. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, but I didn't hesitate. This was it. "Hey," I called out, my voice trembling slightly despite my best efforts. "Why are you following me?" The man didn't move. He just stood there, unmoving, and for a moment I thought he hadn't heard me. But then, slowly, he began to walk toward me. My heart skipped a beat, and I took a step back, suddenly feeling like a deer caught in the headlights. But the closer he got, the more I could feel the fear building in my chest. It wasn't just that he was walking toward me, it was the way he moved. There was something off about it. It was too controlled, too deliberate, like he was a machine following a specific set of instructions. I couldn't explain it, but I felt a deep sense of discomfort watching him approach. "Stop!" I shouted, more forcefully this time, but he didn't listen. He didn't even acknowledge my words. I felt a surge of panic, my chest tightening with every step he took. I turned quickly and started to run, not looking back, knowing that if I did, I might lose my nerve. My feet pounded against the gravel path, my breath ragged in my chest, but I didn't care. I had to get away. I had to outrun whatever this was. As I reached the edge of the park, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see him right behind me. But when I turned, he was gone. There was no sign of him, no trace. Just the empty park, the dark shadows stretching across the ground as the streetlights flickered overhead. I stopped, panting, my heart racing, and looked around. I couldn't understand it. He had been right behind me. Had he just vanished? Was I imagining this entire thing? I stood there for a few moments, trying to catch my breath and calm myself down. But the stillness of the night, the eerie silence, only made the fear build again. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being played with, that this was all part of some sick game. I didn't know who he was or what he wanted, but I was certain of one thing. He wasn't just following me. He was trying to scare me. I walked quickly back home, still uneasy, still expecting him to appear around every corner. But when I reached my house and locked the door behind me, I felt a small sense of relief. At least I was inside. At least I was safe, or so I thought. That night, I stayed awake longer than usual, too paranoid to sleep. I kept checking the locks, making sure the doors and windows were secure. Every time I heard a creak in the floorboards, my heart would jump into my throat. The house felt too quiet, too still, like something was waiting for me to make a mistake. I finally drifted off to sleep in the early hours of the morning, but I woke up to something that would change everything. The door was open again. This time, it was more than just a crack. The door was ajar, just a few inches. I had locked it when I came in. I knew I had. I bolted upright in bed, my heart racing. The room felt colder now, the chill creeping under the covers. The smell, the same one from the park, was there again, faint but undeniable. It was in the air, in the walls, like it had followed me inside. I stumbled out of bed, my hands shaking, and crept toward the door. My thoughts were racing. I didn't know what I expected to find, but I was certain someone had been in here. Someone had been inside my house. I peered around the corner, my breath shallow, and immediately noticed something on the floor. Footprints, fresh ones. I backed up quickly, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think straight. My mind was spinning, and all I could hear was the pounding of my pulse in my ears. Whoever had been following me was no longer just following. They were inside my home now, and I had no idea what they wanted or what they were going to do next. But I knew one thing for sure. The fear I had felt was not paranoia. It was real, and it was only going to get worse. The air in my house felt different now. It wasn't just the cold. It was the weight of something heavy hanging in the silence. I stood there, staring at the door that I was sure I had locked before going to bed. I was still standing there, frozen, when I heard the unmistakable sound of a creak from somewhere deep within the house, somewhere beyond the living room. It sounded like footsteps, soft but deliberate, moving across the floor above me. For a moment, my mind struggled to comprehend what I was hearing. It wasn't possible. I was alone. I had locked the doors, I had checked everything, but the sound, the footsteps, they were real. The house wasn't empty anymore. I moved quickly, heart pounding in my chest, my mind racing with panic. My first instinct was to call the police, but what would I even say? Someone's inside my house, but they're not making any noise. They would think I was crazy. But what if it wasn't just some random burglar? What if it was him? The man from the park, the man who had been following me, watching me. It all seemed too connected, too strange to be a coincidence. The creak of the floorboards came again, closer this time. I grabbed my phone, but my hands were shaking so badly that I could barely dial the number. I thought about running, just running out of the house, but my feet wouldn't move. What if he was already outside, waiting for me? What if he had been in the house the whole time? The thought made me feel suffocated, trapped. I took a step forward, silently as possible, trying to calm my breathing. The floorboards beneath my feet creaked, but the sound of those steps above me drowned it out. I glanced around the room, trying to find something, anything that I could use to defend myself. But there was nothing. Just the empty silence, broken only by the sound of those footsteps. My heart raced faster, and I found myself at the bottom of the stairs, staring up into the dark hallway above. I thought about calling out, but what would I say? Who's up there? It seemed pointless. I didn't want to give away my position. I took a deep breath and started to climb the stairs, each step feeling like it was taking me deeper into the unknown. The closer I got to the top, the louder the steps became, until it felt like they were right in front of me. I couldn't hear breathing or any other sounds, just those steps moving across the floor in the room at the end of the hall. When I reached the top of the stairs, I paused, my hand gripping the railing for support. My body felt heavy, like the weight of the air around me had become too much to carry. I strained to hear anything more, but the house was still, deathly still, except for those steps. I forced myself to move down the hallway, my feet dragging, the darkness ahead of me growing thicker. The only light came from the dim glow of the street lights outside, filtering in through the windows. I reached the door to the room at the end of the hall, and the steps stopped. Just like that, no sound, no movement. Everything was silent again. I stood there, holding my breath, staring at the door. Something inside me screamed to open it, to confront whatever or whoever was on the other side. But fear held me in place. What if I opened the door and saw him standing there? What if I wasn't ready? Without thinking, I reached for the door handle. My fingers brushed against the cold metal, and the moment I touched it, the door swung open. I stepped back, my heart in my throat, ready to turn and run. But there was nothing. The room was empty. The bed was made. The window was shut. Everything looked the same, just as it had been when I left the room hours ago. Confusion flooded my mind. Had I imagined it all? Had I just convinced myself that something was there? The footsteps, the feeling of being watched, it all felt so real. But as I stood there, my chest heaving, I realized something. There was a piece of paper on the floor just by the window. I didn't remember it being there before. I picked it up, my fingers trembling, and unfolded it. The handwriting was slanted, uneven, but the message was clear. I'm always watching. I stared at the words, my mind reeling. My body went cold as I looked at the paper in my hands, realizing with a sickening certainty that the man had been here. He had been in my house, in this room, watching me, and I had no idea how long he had been there. I turned the paper over, but there was nothing else on it. No name, no clues, just the words, the same words I had read in my mind countless times before. I'm always watching. I stood there for a moment, frozen, and then it hit me. He's been inside. He's been inside my house, and I never even noticed. The walls seemed to close in around me. The suffocating silence was unbearable. I turned quickly, clutching the paper, my feet stumbling as I rushed back to the stairs. I needed to get out. I needed to leave. I couldn't stay here another minute. But as I reached the stairs, I froze. There, at the bottom of the staircase, was the door, the front door. It was wide open. It hadn't been open when I came upstairs. I was sure of it. I turned back to the hallway, my breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. Was he still here? Had he been following me the whole time? I didn't know how he had gotten in, but I knew one thing for sure. He was still here. I backed away from the stairs, my legs trembling beneath me. I couldn't let him corner me. I couldn't let him get any closer. The front door was open, and he was waiting for me. I could feel it. I could feel him out there, just beyond the threshold, just beyond the darkness. I needed to leave. I needed to get out. I didn't care about the locks or the windows. I didn't care about anything anymore. I ran down the hallway toward the back door, but when I reached it, I stopped. There, just on the other side of the glass, standing in the yard, there he was. The man in the hoodie. His head was down, his face hidden, but I didn't need to see it to know it was him. His presence was suffocating, just like before, and I could feel the weight of his eyes on me, even though he never looked up. The door wasn't just open, it was unlocked. I reached for the handle, but my hand was shaking so badly I couldn't grip it. My thoughts were a whirlwind, spinning out of control. What was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to say? He never moved. He never spoke. But his message was clear. He had been inside, and he was waiting, always watching, always waiting. And I knew then, with cold certainty, that I had no idea what he wanted. The cold air hit my face as I stood frozen in front of the back door. I could feel my breath catching in my throat, the tightness in my chest growing with every passing second. The man in the hoodie was still standing there, in the yard, motionless. He was just a silhouette, shrouded by the night, his head bowed low as if he were waiting for me to make the next move. The air around me felt thicker now, the sense of impending danger more palpable than ever before. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. All I could do was stand there, staring at him. I had to act. I had to do something. I reached for the door handle, my fingers trembling uncontrollably. The sound of my heartbeat seemed to drown out everything else, the deafening pulse that rang in my ears. I didn't know if I could open the door without him noticing. I didn't know if I could even outrun him if I tried. The fear of not knowing what was coming next, what he wanted from me, was enough to paralyze me in place. But there was no choice. I couldn't just stand here forever. I twisted the handle quietly, trying to make as little noise as possible. The door creaked softly as it opened, and I winced at the sound. My stomach lurched. Every instinct in me told me to slam the door shut and lock it, but I knew that wouldn't help. I knew that if I was going to get out of here, I needed to keep moving, to keep ahead of whatever this was. I stepped out into the yard, keeping my eyes on the figure. His posture was still rigid, his body unmoving. I tried not to breathe too loudly, to make too much noise, but every step I took seemed to echo in the silence of the night. I moved to the side of the house, hoping to circle around to the front, but every step I took felt like it was leading me deeper into the unknown, further into the trap that had been set for me. I wasn't sure if I was being paranoid, if this was all in my head, but the feeling of being watched was too strong to ignore. It was suffocating. My thoughts raced. What if this wasn't just some random stalker? What if it was someone who had been watching me for longer than I realized? What if this man had been inside my home before I even noticed? The strange feeling in the pit of my stomach grew heavier, gnawing at me. It was as if my body knew something my mind hadn't yet caught up to. I tried to stay as calm as possible, but my heart was thudding in my chest, and my mind kept racing. I couldn't stop thinking about the scratches on the door, the footprints around my car, and the strange smell that had lingered in my house. All the signs were pointing to one conclusion: someone had been inside. Someone had been in my house, watching me. I turned the corner of the house, heading toward the front yard, but the moment I stepped into the open, I stopped dead in my tracks. The man was no longer standing in the yard. He was gone. I blinked, staring into the darkness. I had no idea where he had gone, but the absence of his presence only made my stomach churn more. He had been there just seconds ago, and now he was gone. The air felt still, eerily quiet, and I knew something was wrong. I had no idea where he had gone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still nearby, still watching me, waiting for the right moment. I took a hesitant step forward, my mind racing. I knew I shouldn't go outside, but I couldn't bring myself to retreat back into the house either. My instincts told me to run, to get as far away from this place as possible, but there was something holding me back. I didn't want to be caught off guard again. I didn't want to be vulnerable. I walked toward the driveway, my eyes darting around, scanning the shadows, waiting for any sign of movement. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, every muscle in my body tense with fear. It felt like the whole world had gone quiet, like the universe had held its breath. I stopped at the edge of the driveway, looking down the empty street. The lights were dim, casting long shadows across the pavement. The houses on either side were still, silent, no movement, no sounds. But something felt wrong. The world felt wrong. Then I heard it. A soft rustling sound, barely perceptible at first, but enough to make my blood run cold. It came from behind me. I spun around, my heart in my throat. The man was there again, standing just at the edge of the yard, his figure barely visible in the darkness. He was watching me, but this time his head was raised slightly, as if he were finally acknowledging my presence. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I could feel the weight of his stare, cold and unblinking. "Why are you doing this?" I found myself whispering aloud, though I knew he wouldn't answer. I didn't even know if he was capable of speaking. His silence had been his language all along, his eyes, his presence, his waiting. He took a step forward, and I took an instinctive step back. My hands were clammy, my breath shallow, but I stood my ground. I wasn't going to let him intimidate me any longer. But then something changed. His body shifted, and his movements became less rigid, less mechanical. There was a subtle shift in his posture. It was as though he had been waiting for me to say something, to make the next move. I had no idea what was going through his mind, but I felt a growing sense of dread. It wasn't just the stalking, it was the waiting. He had been waiting for something, watching me, marking every step I took. I wanted to turn and run, to scream, to call for help, but something inside me told me not to. I had to face him. I had to understand what this was. He was just standing there, silent as ever, his figure silhouetted against the dark sky. And then, for the first time since I had seen him, he raised his hand. It wasn't a wave or a gesture of recognition. It was slow, deliberate. He pointed toward me, toward my house. The gesture was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was enough to make my blood run cold. He was telling me something, or warning me. I felt my knees buckle slightly, the weight of the moment settling in. This wasn't just a man following me. This wasn't a random occurrence. This was deliberate. He was here for a reason. And whatever that reason was, I wasn't ready for it. Before I could move, he stepped back into the shadows, disappearing from sight as quickly as he had come. The street was still, quiet again, but the silence felt suffocating now. I was left standing there, alone in the dark. My house felt miles away, like I couldn't reach it, like the distance between me and the safety of my front door had grown impossible to close. And then I heard it, a sound from behind me, a soft, whispering voice. "You're too late." I turned, but the yard was empty, and I realized, in that instant, that the man wasn't just following me. He had been waiting for me. And now I was running out of time. I stood there, frozen, my breath coming in short gasps as the whisper echoed in my ears. "You're too late." The words seemed to linger in the air, settling around me like a thick fog. My heart pounded painfully in my chest, my body locked in place, unwilling to move. I glanced around, desperately searching the yard, the darkness, for any sign of the man, but there was nothing. Just the silent, empty street, the stillness of the night. I was losing it. I had to be. There was no other explanation. A man had been following me, watching me, and now he was gone, leaving behind nothing but that cryptic message. The unease I had been carrying with me for days had reached a boiling point, and I felt like I was on the edge of a breakdown. My hands were trembling as I reached for my phone. I knew I couldn't handle this on my own. I had tried, but the paranoia, the fear, it was too much. I had to call someone. I had to tell someone what was happening, and the only people who could help me now were the police. I dialed the number quickly, my fingers slick with sweat. As the phone rang, I felt a strange sense of relief wash over me. Maybe I wasn't imagining all of this. Maybe I hadn't just gone mad. Maybe someone else could finally see what I was seeing, understand what was happening. When the dispatcher answered, her voice was calm and professional, but I could hear the concern in her tone when I told her what had been happening. "I don't know who he is," I said, my voice shaky, "but he's been following me, watching me, every night. I don't know how to make it stop, and now I think he's been inside my house. My door was open, and there are marks on the walls. I've seen him in the park. He knows where I am. He's always waiting for me." There was a long pause on the other end. "Ma'am, we're going to send an officer over right away. Can you stay inside, lock your doors, and stay on the line with me until help arrives?" I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. "Yes, I'll stay inside. Two just don't know what to do." The dispatcher instructed me to stay calm, to not go outside, and to stay near a phone. I told her I would, even though the tightness in my chest made it hard to breathe. The waiting was unbearable, but I forced myself to sit on the couch, my eyes darting to the windows, to the door. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was out there, watching me, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The stillness of the house felt more oppressive than ever, and I could barely sit still. It felt like hours had passed before the sound of sirens finally reached my ears, but in reality, it had been less than 15 minutes. I rushed to the front door, peering through the peephole, and saw 2 patrol cars parked in front of my house. The officers were walking up the driveway, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. I opened the door before they could knock, my hands still shaking. "Thank God you're here," I said, my voice cracking. "I don't know what to do. I'm scared." The 2 officers exchanged a glance, then stepped inside, surveying the house. "Can you tell us exactly what's been happening?" one of them asked. I nodded quickly, telling them everything: the man in the park, the footprints, the scratches on the door, the strange smell in my house. As I spoke, I felt a small bit of relief, like I was finally able to release the weight that had been pressing on me for so long. I was being heard, and I wasn't alone. The officer who had been listening carefully to my account took notes and nodded as he spoke. "We've had reports of a few strange incidents in this area lately. We'll take a look around and check the perimeter of your property." The second officer, a woman, glanced at the door. Let's start by making sure everything inside is secure. Do you have any idea if anyone has been inside your house? I felt my stomach drop. The question seemed almost too casual, too normal, considering the gravity of what I had been through. But I nodded. Yes, I'm certain someone's been inside. The door was open when I came back tonight, and the marks on the door frame, they weren't there before. I locked everything before I left. The officer nodded and walked toward the hallway, motioning for me to stay put. I stood there waiting, the fear still gnawing at me. What if they didn't find anything? What if they thought I was just imagining all of it? The silence in the house was deafening. Each minute that passed felt like a lifetime. I kept glancing at the windows, half expecting to see the figure in the hoodie standing outside waiting for me. But there was nothing. The house was still, too still. The officers returned a few minutes later. We checked the exterior, the male officer said. No signs of forced entry. Everything seemed secure. He paused, looking at me with a serious expression. But we did find something else. I felt my heart race. What did you find? The officer hesitated before speaking. We found footprints near your driveway. They lead away from the back of the house and into the woods behind your property. They're fresh. I swallowed hard, my breath catching in my throat. The dread that had been building inside me surged again, overwhelming me. What does that mean? Who's out there? We're going to check the area, the officer said, his voice steady. But for now, it's important that you stay inside, locked up tight. We'll have an officer patrol the area overnight. I want you to call us if anything else happens, if you see or hear anything unusual. I nodded, but the words felt hollow. I felt more vulnerable now than I had before. The police were here, yes, but the man, he was still out there, somewhere. The idea that he had been here, in my house, was too much to process. The officers left shortly after, promising to keep me updated. I locked the door behind them, the sound of the bolt sliding home somehow less comforting than it should have been. I paced around the house, unsure of what to do next. The silence of the night was deafening again. The air felt thick, as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I've lived in the same neighborhood since I was a kid, and as long as I can remember, people talked about the old abandoned house at the end of Maple Street. The place always seemed out of place, dark, uninviting, surrounded by an overgrown lawn and covered in peeling paint. You could barely see it through the trees, but it was always there, just lurking at the edge of our otherwise pleasant community. Growing up, I heard all the stories kids tell each other about houses like that. They said it was haunted, of course. They claimed that late at night, especially around Halloween, you could hear children laughing and playing inside, even though no one had lived there for decades. I always dismissed those tales, convinced they were just stories told to scare little kids or give teenagers an excuse to explore. But one Halloween night when I was 18, I finally decided to find out for myself. It wasn't my idea at first. It started as a dare from my friend Luke, who always liked to push the limits. "You're always saying the house isn't haunted," Luke said with a teasing grin, leaning against the hood of my car. "If you're so sure, prove it. We'll all go." Standing next to Luke were my other friends, Emma and Brandon. They both smiled nervously, clearly excited but slightly hesitant. "Come on," Emma said quietly, trying to sound brave. "It'll be fun, and if nothing happens, we can finally prove everyone wrong." I hesitated for a moment, feeling slightly uneasy, but quickly brushed it off. It was just an old, empty house, nothing more. "All right," I agreed finally, looking confidently at Luke. "Let's do it." We waited until around 11 o'clock, when the neighborhood had quieted down after trick-or-treaters had returned home. Dressed warmly and armed with flashlights, the four of us walked cautiously down Maple Street toward the house. The air felt colder, sharper than usual, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke from distant chimneys. The street was quiet, illuminated faintly by porch lights and Halloween decorations left glowing in the night. As we approached the house, my pulse quickened slightly. It felt bigger up close, darker and more intimidating. A rusted fence surrounded the property, with a gate that creaked loudly when we pushed it open. Once inside, everything seemed even quieter. The noises of our neighborhood disappeared, replaced by an unsettling silence that made our footsteps sound louder than they should. The front door hung open slightly, hinges rusted and paint cracked from years of neglect. Luke stepped inside first, shining his flashlight into the entryway. The rest of us followed cautiously, scanning the darkness for anything unusual. Inside, the air smelled musty and damp, like mildew mixed with dust. Wallpaper peeled off the walls in curling strips, exposing stained plaster beneath. The furniture, what little remained, sat covered in thick sheets, hiding whatever was underneath. It was clear no one had been here in years, maybe decades. We stood still, listening carefully. Nothing. No laughter. No whispers, just silence. Luke shot me a smug look. "See?" he whispered confidently. "Nothing here." "Let's check upstairs," Brandon suggested softly, clearly feeling more confident now. "If we're doing this, we might as well see the whole place." Slowly, we climbed the staircase, stepping carefully to avoid rotted spots. At the top, a hallway stretched in both directions, lined with doors that were mostly closed. Emma stepped forward and gently pushed open the nearest one. The door creaked loudly, echoing through the empty house. Inside was an old bedroom. An iron-frame bed stood in the corner, rusted and bare. A broken dresser leaned against one wall, drawers hanging open, empty. Emma shivered slightly, stepping back. "This feels wrong," she whispered nervously, glancing at me. I nodded quietly, feeling the same unease. But Luke pushed forward, determined. "Come on, guys," he said impatiently. "There's nothing here." We moved down the hallway, exploring each room carefully, finding nothing but dust and decay. Just as I was starting to feel relaxed, believing we'd proven our point, Emma stopped suddenly, raising her hand. "Listen," she whispered urgently. We froze, straining to hear what had caught her attention. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, softly, faintly, I heard a quiet sound drifting toward us from somewhere above. Children's laughter, distant but clear, floated through the empty rooms. My blood ran cold. Luke turned pale, eyes wide. "Is someone up there?" Brandon whispered nervously, looking toward the attic stairs at the far end of the hallway. "Maybe it's just neighborhood kids," Luke offered weakly, his usual confidence wavering. Emma shook her head. "It's nearly midnight. Why would kids be playing up there now?" The laughter continued, quiet but unmistakable, floating down from above. Slowly, we moved toward the narrow attic stairs, our flashlight beams trembling slightly. With each creaking step upward, the laughter grew louder, clearer. It was playful, innocent yet deeply unsettling. At the attic door we paused, looking nervously at each other. Luke finally reached out and pushed the door open. It swung inward slowly, revealing a large, shadowy attic filled with discarded furniture and boxes, all covered in thick dust and cobwebs. But the laughter had stopped abruptly. Now silence pressed around us again, heavier than before. My heart raced painfully as I scanned the darkness, feeling watched. "Hello?" Emma called softly, her voice shaking. "Is someone here?" No answer, only silence. Then, in the far corner of the attic, I noticed small figures standing motionless in the shadows. My throat tightened as fear surged through me. Luke shone his flashlight toward them, the beam shaking slightly. The figures were small, childlike silhouettes that stood completely still, facing us silently. We stepped back slowly, instinctively sensing danger. As we began turning away, ready to run, the laughter erupted again, but now it was louder, sharper, right behind us. We spun around, flashlights sweeping wildly. Nothing was there, only darkness. Panicked, we bolted from the attic, stumbling down the stairs and running through the house toward the front door. The laughter followed us, echoing through the empty rooms, playful yet terrifying. It chased us until we burst out into the yard, gasping for breath, hearts pounding. We didn't stop running until we reached the safety of the street, away from the house and its hidden secrets. Only then did we turn back, looking at the darkened building that stood silently in the night, as if nothing had happened at all. But we knew differently. Something was there, hidden within its walls. Something that had watched us, laughed at us, and made itself known. And now, I finally believed. In the days that followed our encounter in the abandoned house, the four of us tried our best to forget about what had happened. But that proved nearly impossible. Each of us dealt with it differently. Luke insisted it had been some kind of prank or misunderstanding. Brandon didn't talk much about it at all, quietly avoiding the subject whenever it came up. Emma and I, however, couldn't let it go. The experience had shaken us deeply, lingering in our thoughts constantly. A few weeks later, Emma called me late one evening. Her voice sounded nervous and hesitant. Can we talk? It's about the house, she said softly. Of course, I replied, sensing something was wrong. What's going on? Emma paused, seeming unsure how to continue. Have you gone past the house since that night? She finally asked. Only once or twice, I admitted, but never close. It gives me a weird feeling now. She exhaled slowly, sounding relieved. I felt the same. I went by it yesterday, she said carefully. It was daytime, so I figured it would be fine. But when I walked past, I thought I saw someone standing in one of the upstairs windows. I felt a chill go through me. Like who? I asked quietly, already knowing the answer wouldn't be good. I'm not sure, Emma replied, her voice shaky. It looked small, like a child. At first, I thought it was just a reflection or shadow, but it moved. It stepped back, like it didn't want me to see it. I didn't say anything at first, processing what she'd said. The same unease I'd felt that night returned, making my chest tight. Did you tell Luke or Brandon? I asked eventually. Emma sighed softly. I mentioned it to Luke, but he just laughed it off. He thinks I'm imagining things. Brandon seemed nervous and changed the subject immediately. We need to figure out what's happening there, I finally said, feeling both dread and determination. If someone's inside, maybe they need help. Emma hesitated. Are you saying we should go back? I didn't answer right away. The thought terrified me, but it also felt wrong to ignore it. What if someone was hiding inside, maybe lost or scared? As frightening as it sounded, I knew Emma was right. Maybe we should, I replied slowly, but not at night, and not just the two of us. Emma agreed, relief evident in her voice. Okay, tomorrow afternoon? Yeah, I said, though uncertainty lingered. I'll call Luke and Brandon again. The next day, Luke reluctantly agreed to join us, and Brandon, after some convincing, also decided to come along. None of us seemed thrilled about revisiting the house, but knowing we wouldn't be alone provided some comfort. We met at the corner of Maple Street around 3 o'clock. The neighborhood felt different during the day, less threatening, almost welcoming. But as we approached the old house, that feeling quickly disappeared. Even in daylight, it seemed to carry a strange, unsettling energy. We cautiously entered through the front gate, moving slowly toward the door. Luke stepped ahead, pushing the door open with a familiar creak. Inside, the house was exactly as we'd left it. Dusty, dark, filled with the smell of decay. We scanned the rooms carefully, flashlights unnecessary now, but carried anyway out of caution. Should we go upstairs? Brandon asked softly, clearly reluctant. Emma nodded, determination mixing with nervousness. That's where I saw someone. We climbed the staircase again, moving more cautiously than before. As we reached the hallway, a soft sound came from one of the rooms, just a small, quiet creak, but enough to freeze us all in place. Luke glanced back nervously, losing his usual confidence. "Hello?" he called, his voice wavering slightly. "Is anyone here?" No answer, just silence. We moved slowly toward the sound, carefully pushing open the door. The room was empty, just a dusty chair and old toys scattered across the floor. But something felt different this time. The air felt colder, heavier, as if we'd entered a space meant to be left alone. Then, behind us, another noise faint but unmistakable. Soft footsteps moved down the hallway, retreating from where we stood. My heart raced, my breath catching in my throat. "Who's there?" Luke shouted, turning quickly toward the sound. We moved together toward the hallway, just in time to see a small figure dart into another room further down. Without thinking, we rushed after it, curiosity overcoming our fear. The room it had entered stood open at the end of the hall, leading to a small set of stairs we hadn't noticed before. Luke hesitated briefly, then moved forward, determination taking hold again. "Come on," he whispered urgently. We followed closely, climbing the narrow staircase carefully. At the top was a hidden room, partially obscured by darkness. As we stepped inside, we saw something unexpected. Drawings scattered across the floor, faded crayon marks depicting stick figures and smiling faces. Old toys sat neatly in one corner, carefully arranged, as if someone had been playing recently. "This doesn't make sense," Brandon murmured, glancing around uneasily. "Who would be playing here? This stuff looks ancient." Emma bent down, carefully picking up one of the drawings. It depicted 4 stick figures holding hands, standing outside a house that looked eerily similar to this one. Beneath it, scribbled in messy handwriting, were 4 names. Emma's face turned pale as she read them aloud softly. Luke, Brandon, Emma, and me. A chill swept through the room. How was that possible? Who had drawn this, and when? "Someone's messing with us," Luke whispered, voice strained with uncertainty. Then, from the room below, laughter drifted upward again, clear, distinct, unmistakably children's laughter. We froze, fear gripping us tightly. The sound grew louder, echoing gently, surrounding us completely. It wasn't playful anymore. Now it felt almost mocking, as if amused by our confusion. "Let's get out," I said urgently, my voice shaking. "Now." We quickly moved toward the stairs, the laughter still ringing clearly around us. Just before leaving, I glanced back toward the toys in the corner and my heart stopped. They had moved. No longer neatly arranged, they now lay scattered randomly across the floor. We stumbled down the stairs, rushing from the room and back down the hallway. The laughter continued, following us closely, echoing in the walls. Finally, bursting out the front door into daylight again, we stood panting, shaking, unable to speak. Eventually, Luke broke the silence, eyes wide and frightened. "That wasn't someone messing with us," he said quietly, finally convinced. "Something's really wrong with this place." We knew he was right. What we had just experienced wasn't a prank or imagination, it was something real, something we couldn't explain. As we walked away from the house again, each of us felt its presence behind us, silently watching, waiting for us to return. We didn't look back, afraid of what we might see. But deep down, we knew this wasn't over yet. The house had shown us something we couldn't ignore, something we couldn't easily forget, and now it seemed unwilling to let us go. After the second visit to the old house, none of us talked much for a while. We tried to pretend life could just go back to normal, that we could forget the laughter, the drawings, and the strange figure we'd seen. But something had shifted. Whatever we had awakened in that house wasn't easily ignored, and as much as we tried to deny it, we all felt it. Emma was the first to admit openly that things had changed. A few days after the second encounter, she texted me late at night, asking if I could come over. When I arrived at her house, she looked exhausted, pale, her eyes lined from lack of sleep. "I keep dreaming about the house," she said quietly as we sat on her porch, the cool night air brushing past us. "Every night since we went back, I see that room, the drawings, the toys scattered everywhere, and in the dreams, someone whispers our names." I nodded slowly, understanding exactly what she meant. I'd had similar dreams, too vivid and unsettling to ignore. "Me too," I admitted quietly. "It's like something wants us to come back again." Emma shivered slightly, wrapping her arms around herself. "But why us? Why did it choose our names? It doesn't make sense." "I don't know," I said honestly, "but Luke and Brandon must be feeling it too, even if they won't admit it." Emma looked down at the porch steps, hesitant. "Maybe we need to talk to them again. We can't keep pretending nothing's happening. Whatever this is, it's getting worse." The next day, we met at a local diner, somewhere bright and public, hoping it might ease the tension that hung between us. Luke seemed restless, anxious, while Brandon avoided making eye contact altogether. It was clear neither wanted to discuss the house again, but Emma and I knew we couldn't ignore it any longer. "Have either of you been having dreams?" Emma finally asked, breaking the awkward silence at the table. Luke shifted uncomfortably, staring down at his coffee. "What kind of dreams?" "About the house," Emma pressed gently. "The drawings we found, the voices." Brandon looked up sharply, his expression tense. "You've been hearing voices too?" I nodded slowly. "Yeah, whispers mostly, saying our names, calling us back." Luke exhaled sharply, rubbing his face. "This is crazy. Houses don't whisper or draw pictures of people. It has to be someone messing with us." "But who?" Emma countered firmly. "No one even knew we were going there. And who would spend time arranging old toys and making drawings of us as kids? That doesn't even make sense." Luke shook his head, visibly struggling. "Maybe it's just a weird coincidence." "You don't believe that," I said quietly, meeting his gaze. "We all saw and heard the same thing. It's not a coincidence." Brandon spoke up suddenly, his voice shaky but determined. "I think we disturbed something we weren't supposed to see." "What do you mean?" Emma asked gently, leaning forward slightly. He hesitated, glancing around nervously. "I talked to my grandmother about it yesterday. She's lived in town all her life. She told me things about the house that I'd never heard before." We leaned closer, listening intently. Brandon took a deep breath before continuing. Years ago, long before we were born, a family lived there, a mother, father, and their 2 children. One night there was a fire. The parents got out, but the kids didn't make it. A heavy silence settled over the table. Emma's eyes widened, her face pale. Luke stared blankly, disbelief fading into reluctant understanding. Brandon continued slowly, his voice quiet but firm. My grandmother said people started hearing laughter from the house soon after. They thought it was grief playing tricks on them, but the stories never stopped. Eventually, everyone just avoided the place. Luke sat back, visibly shaken. Why haven't we heard that story before? Brandon shrugged. People stopped talking about it openly years ago. It became something they whispered privately, something best left alone. Emma glanced nervously around the table. So, what if they're trying to reach us, the kids who died? Maybe they just want someone to know they're still there. I considered Emma's words carefully. It sounded possible, yet deeply unsettling. If the children had died tragically, their presence might linger, confused or lost, unable to move on. Luke rubbed his face, clearly uncomfortable with the idea. So, what are we supposed to do? We can't just keep going back there. Emma nodded gently, her voice soft but determined. Maybe we don't have to keep going back. Maybe we just need to acknowledge them, let them know we understand. Brandon shifted uneasily. How do we do that? We can try going there once more, Emma suggested hesitantly. But this time, with respect, we go together, say something kind, let them know we're sorry for what happened. Maybe that'll give them peace. The idea frightened me, yet it also felt strangely right. We'd entered the house out of curiosity and disbelief, but maybe if we returned differently, respectfully, the spirits, if that's what they were, would find peace. Luke sighed deeply, clearly conflicted. I don't want to do this, but I'll go, only because I want this to be over. We agreed to return one final time, to confront whatever awaited us in that house openly, honestly, and respectfully. The next afternoon, we stood once again outside the old, abandoned home, feeling the familiar unease return. But this time, we approached slowly, deliberately, speaking softly as we stepped inside. Hello, Emma said gently, her voice clear and calm. We know you're here, and we're sorry for what happened to you. We stood silently listening. Nothing at first, just quiet emptiness. Then very softly, we heard the faintest hint of laughter again. This time, it didn't feel frightening. It felt almost welcoming, gentle, relieved somehow. As we stood there, something shifted within the house. The heaviness we'd felt before lifted gradually, replaced by calm. A gentle warmth filled the air, as though someone had finally understood our intentions. Emma spoke again, carefully choosing her words. You can rest now. You don't have to stay here. We're sorry no one helped you before. We waited quietly, feeling the peaceful silence settle around us. The house no longer seemed threatening or mysterious, it just felt empty, sad, a place once filled with life, now quietly waiting to be forgotten. Eventually, we stepped outside again, back into daylight. For the first time, we didn't feel watched or followed. The presence had faded, replaced by a gentle calmness that felt sincere, genuine. In the days and weeks afterward, our dreams returned to normal. The whispers stopped, and gradually, we felt comfortable again. We rarely spoke of the house after that, but each of us understood something important had happened. There's something we'd probably never fully explain, but had managed to resolve somehow. The old house still stood at the end of Maple Street, unchanged to anyone else who walked by, but for us, it was different. It had shown us that sometimes all the unseen world needs is acknowledgement, respect, and a quiet understanding. We'd given it that, and in return, it had allowed us to finally move on. Time passed, and gradually our experience at the old house faded into the background of our lives. Luke, Emma, Brandon, and I didn't talk about it much after that final visit. We weren't intentionally ignoring what had happened, but it seemed unnecessary to bring it up again. After all, the strange laughter had stopped, the dreams had ceased, and the quiet unease that once hovered over Maple Street was finally gone. But every now and then, especially around Halloween, I'd find myself thinking about that house. It stood silent and abandoned as ever, yet somehow it felt different. Now when I walked past it, I didn't feel fear or dread. Instead, there was only a quiet sadness, a silent reminder of the tragedy we had uncovered. Emma was the one who decided that we should mark what had happened, if only in a small, private way. About a year later, around Halloween again, she called us all together. We met at a coffee shop near Maple Street, and she told us her plan. "I think we should do something for the kids," she explained gently, sipping her coffee thoughtfully. "They deserve to be remembered, not as ghost stories, but as real people." Brandon nodded immediately, clearly moved by her idea. Luke hesitated for a moment, then slowly agreed. Deep down, we all knew it was the right thing to do. The next morning, we gathered outside the house one final time. Emma brought flowers, simple, white daisy sand. We carefully placed them at the front porch, near the broken steps. For a moment, none of us spoke. We stood there quietly, absorbing the peaceful silence that now surrounded the old home. Emma finally broke the silence, her voice calm and gentle. "We hope you're at peace now. We're sorry for what you went through." Her words hung in the air for a moment, and then drifted away softly on the morning breeze. No laughter echoed back this time, no whispers or strange movements. There was only a quiet stillness that felt oddly comforting. Eventually, we walked away from the house again, returning to our lives with a deeper sense of closure. From that day onward, the house no longer felt haunted or menacing. It was just an old, forgotten home where a sad event had once happened, but where peace had finally returned. In the years that followed, we each went our separate ways. Luke moved out of town for college, eventually settling in another state entirely. Brandon stayed local, working in a nearby city. while Emma and I continued living in the same neighborhood. Close friends who occasionally revisited old memories, though rarely that one particular memory. But no matter how far we traveled or how busy our lives became, the experience remained quietly meaningful for each of us. It had changed something within us, taught us compassion, empathy, and respect for things beyond easy explanation. It also taught us not to dismiss the stories we once shrugged off as mere legend stories that sometimes held deeper truths. Several years later, a development project was announced in the neighborhood. The old abandoned house on Maple Street was scheduled to be demolished, replaced by new homes for young families. When Emma heard the news, she immediately reached out to the rest of us. We gathered once more older, wiser, and far removed from the fearful teenagers we'd once been. We stood together on Maple Street, watching as workers carefully began removing the old structure piece by piece. None of us felt sadness this time, though. Instead, we watched with quiet gratitude, knowing the place had finally served its purpose, that its story was complete. As the demolition continued, neighbors gathered, sharing stories about the house, some repeating familiar ghost tales we'd all once laughed about. Listening quietly, Emma finally spoke up, surprising us all. "Actually," she said gently, "there's a true story behind that house. 2 children lived there once. They passed away in a fire many years ago. We should remember them, not just the spooky stories." People around us nodded thoughtfully, the mood shifting from curiosity to quiet respect. Luke squeezed Emma's shoulder gently, and Brandon smiled faintly, clearly moved. For a moment, it felt as though the neighborhood finally understood what we had learned all those years ago, that beneath the legends and ghostly whispers, real people had lived and suffered and deserved to be remembered. After the house was completely removed, a small community park was built on the site. Families moved into new homes nearby, and life returned to Maple Street, lively and cheerful again. But tucked away in the park, near a small bench under a newly planted oak tree, Emma arranged for a simple plaque to be placed. It read, "In memory of 2 young souls who left this world too soon, but who are not forgotten." Every now and then, especially around autumn when leaves fell and pumpkins lined porches again, we'd visit the park together. Sitting quietly by the plaque, we'd talk about our lives, our families, and occasionally about the strange night that had once frightened us deeply, yet taught us something valuable. We knew we'd probably never fully understand everything we experienced. Were there truly spirits trapped in that house? Or had we simply encountered echoes of the past, somehow preserved by tragedy and loneliness? The answers didn't matter much to us anymore. What mattered was that we'd faced something difficult together and emerged stronger, wiser, and more compassionate. We'd learned to look beyond fear, beyond the chilling laughter and unsettling whispers, to the truth beneath it all, that everyone, even those we can no longer see or fully understand, deserves kindness and acknowledgement. In time, we all started families of our own. We raised our children to be open-minded, thoughtful, and respectful of the stories that others might dismiss too quickly. And each Halloween, as we walked our own neighborhoods, seeing young children laughing and playing, we'd smile gently, remembering those who once laughed unseen within the walls of a forgotten house. The abandoned house was gone now, replaced by warmth, laughter, and new memories. But the lessons we'd learned there stayed with us, a gentle reminder that some things, though mysterious and perhaps unknowable, were still worth remembering, still worth honoring. And somewhere deep within us, we knew the children we'd encountered that strange Halloween night had finally found the peace they'd long sought, no longer trapped or forgotten, but gently remembered, quietly respected, and forever at rest. We'd camped at this spot at least 3 or 4 times before, always drawn by its isolated beauty. It was a hidden gem, far from the crowded campsites that attracted noisy families and groups of weekend partiers. Instead, this place offered something precious: silence, solitude, and the raw serenity of untouched nature. It was exactly the kind of escape we needed to shake off the stress and chaos of everyday life. When we arrived, it was already late afternoon. Golden sunlight filtered gently through the tall trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The air smelled fresh and earthy, like pine needles and wet soil after rain. We set up our small 2-person tent in the usual spot, near a clearing with an old stone fire pit. It was the same routine as always: unfolding sleeping bags, unpacking food supplies, gathering dry wood for a fire. Everything seemed completely normal, perfect even. Yet somehow something felt off this time. It wasn't anything obvious, just an unsettling feeling in my gut. I glanced over at Emma, my girlfriend, and saw a faint flicker of unease cross her face too. Though neither of us mentioned it, we silently agreed to brush it off. It was probably just the fatigue from a long drive, nothing more. As the sun began to set, the forest around us slowly transformed. Familiar shapes blurred into shadows, and the tranquil atmosphere we loved so much suddenly felt a little less comforting. Still, we started a small fire, cooked a quick meal of hot dogs and beans, and talked softly, mostly about nothing important. Our conversation drifted lazily as darkness settled in, punctuated only by the gentle crackle of flames and the occasional hoot of an owl somewhere deeper in the woods. Around 11 o'clock, we finally crawled into our tent, zipping it shut behind us and slipping into our sleeping bags. I remember thinking how strange it was that the normal peace of the forest suddenly felt heavy and oppressive, like the silence itself was listening. I must have dozed off briefly because I woke up suddenly to a noise, a faint rustling sound coming from somewhere just outside the tent. At first, I assumed it was just an animal wandering around, maybe a raccoon or squirrel. But as I lay there, still and silent, the sound became clearer. It wasn't random movements. It was steady, deliberate footsteps, pacing slowly around our campsite. "Emma," I whispered, gently nudging her shoulder. She stirred sleepily at first, but then tensed up immediately when she heard the sound, too. "What is it?" she whispered back, her voice strained. "I don't know," I murmured, trying not to let fear creep into my voice. Maybe just a deer or something. But deep down, I knew that wasn't right. Animals moved erratically, pausing, sniffing the ground. These footsteps were methodical, like a human carefully placing one foot in front of the other. Emma sat up slightly, holding her breath as we both listened. After a few tense minutes, the footsteps stopped. Silence returned, but not the comfortable kind we usually enjoyed. This silence felt charged, full of unseen eyes watching us. Against my better judgment, I slowly unzipped the tent and peered out into the darkness. The fire had nearly burned down to embers, barely lighting the area around it. The trees stood motionless, their branches forming dark shapes against the starlit sky. Nothing moved. No animals, no people, just emptiness. I stepped outside cautiously, my bare feet cold against the dew-covered grass. I scanned the perimeter, expecting to see something or someone hiding in the shadows, but there was nothing. "See anything?" Emma whispered nervously from inside the tent. "No, it's clear," I replied softly, forcing confidence into my voice. Probably just my imagination. I returned to the tent, zipped it shut, and tried to relax, but sleep didn't come easily. My mind kept replaying the sound of footsteps, the image of the darkened woods around our campsite, and that nagging sensation that someone or something had been there, watching us. Somehow, we drifted off again, only to wake once more a couple of hours later. This time the disturbance was different. Whispers. Quiet, indistinct whispers floating through the air from somewhere nearby. I couldn't make out words exactly, just the muffled sound of voices, gentle and persistent, as if a conversation were taking place just beyond our tent walls. My heart began to pound harder in my chest. Emma grabbed my hand tightly, squeezing it to the point of discomfort. Neither of us dared to speak or move, afraid that whoever or whatever was outside might hear us. The whispering continued for a few minutes, then abruptly stopped, leaving us with nothing but the sound of our own panicked breathing. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me again. I carefully unzipped the tent, just a few inches, and peeked outside. At first, everything looked the same as before, stillness and shadows, but as my eyes adjusted, I caught sight of something by the dying embers of the campfire. Standing there was the faint outline of a figure, barely illuminated by the fading glow. It was a man dressed in clothing that seemed strangely outdated, like something a hunter or trapper might wear long ago. He stood motionless, facing away from the tent, looking down into the fire pit. "Hey," I called softly, trying to sound casual despite the fear rising within me. "You okay out there?" The figure didn't move at first, as if he hadn't heard me. Then, very slowly, his head turned slightly toward the tent. For just a brief moment, his face was visible, a pale, expressionless face partially hidden beneath the brim of an old hat. Emma gasped softly beside me, gripping my arm harder. But before I could speak again, the figure stepped back into the shadows of the trees, silently disappearing from view. I quickly crawled out of the tent, shining a flashlight into the woods, desperately searching for any sign of the man. But he was gone, completely vanished, leaving behind no footprints, no noise, nothing. Just emptiness and silence, as if he'd never been there at all. "What was that?" Emma asked shakily, her voice barely audible. I don't know," I answered honestly, my own voice trembling now. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. We both knew we'd seen something standing by our fire, watching us. Sleep was impossible after that. We sat awake, huddled together inside the tent, waiting anxiously for dawn, listening for sounds we prayed wouldn't return. The woods around us felt alive with unseen eyes, filled with the presence of something we couldn't understand. As daylight finally broke, revealing the familiar shapes of trees and rocks around us, we emerged from the tent, relieved but shaken. And that's when we saw them objects scattered around the fire pit, partially buried in dirt and leaves. Rusty tools, an old knife, fragments of pottery, things that hadn't been there yesterday, things someone or something had left for us to find. We stood there silently, just staring at the strange assortment of old objects scattered around our campsite. Rusted metal tools, a chipped ceramic plate, a knife so worn by time it was barely recognizable. None of these things had been here yesterday. Yet somehow they had appeared overnight, half buried around our fire pit, waiting patiently for us to notice them. Emma bent down cautiously, her eyes wide as she brushed dirt from a piece of metal protruding from the ground. She lifted it carefully, revealing a small rusted hatchet. The wooden handle had long since rotted away, leaving only the corroded head pitted and worn. It looked ancient, far older than anything I'd expect to find abandoned out here. "Where did this stuff come from?" she whispered, her voice tight with anxiety. "There's no way we could have missed it yesterday, right?" "No way," I said, trying to sound reassuring but failing miserably. I kneeled beside her, examining the objects more closely. They weren't just old, they seemed deliberately placed, almost arranged in a crude circle around the fire pit. My stomach twisted into a knot, unease settling deeper within me. Someone or something had been here while we slept, silently moving around our tent, placing these artifacts carefully for us to discover. "Maybe someone's playing a sick prank," Emma suggested nervously, though even she didn't seem convinced. "Who would do something like this, though?" I replied, shaking my head. "We're miles from anyone else. There's no other campsites near here." Emma didn't respond, just stared down at the objects with an expression somewhere between fascination and dread. I stood back up, scanning the tree line cautiously. The woods appeared perfectly normal in daylight, the early morning sun casting gentle beams of light through the branches. But beneath that calm exterior, something still felt deeply wrong. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, watching us intently, waiting to see what we'd do next. "We should pack up and leave," Emma finally said, breaking the tense silence. "I don't think we should stay another night." I hesitated, torn between agreeing with her and wanting to convince myself we were both overreacting. After all, nothing had actually happened to us, not directly, anyway. But deep down, I knew she was right. Something here wasn't natural or safe, and the longer we stayed, the more likely we'd discover exactly what that something was. "Let's at least get our stuff ready," I finally agreed. "We can decide for sure once we're packed." Emma nodded silently, clearly relieved. We moved quickly, rolling up our sleeping bags, collapsing the tent, and gathering our belongings. As we worked, I couldn't shake the sensation that we were being watched, eyes following our every movement from just beyond the shadows. Every now and then, I glanced nervously into the trees, half expecting to see the mysterious figure from the night before standing there again, observing silently from the distance. As we loaded the gear into our car, I suddenly realized how quiet it had gotten around us. The usual sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and insects humming had faded away completely, replaced by an eerie stillness that seemed almost unnatural. I paused for a moment, listening intently, but heard nothing. No wind, no animals, just silence. "Emma, listen," I whispered, my voice barely audible. She stopped what she was doing and stood beside me, her eyes widening as she noticed it too. "It's too quiet," she murmured nervously, like everything just stopped. We stood frozen for several tense moments, straining our ears for any sound that might break the oppressive silence. Then, just as suddenly as it had disappeared, the silence was shattered by a soft rustling noise coming from behind us, near the edge of our campsite. We spun around quickly, hearts racing, eyes darting frantically toward the source of the sound. At first, I saw nothing, just empty woods and shadows. But then, barely visible through the branches, I caught a glimpse of movement, a fleeting shape slipping silently between trees. "Did you see that?" Emma asked urgently, grabbing my arm tightly. I nodded quickly, pulse pounding in my ears. "Someone's out there." We stood motionless, staring into the trees, holding our breath. Seconds stretched into agonizing minutes, but nothing else moved. No more sounds, no more shadows, just stillness again, leaving us questioning if we'd seen anything at all. "Maybe it was just an animal," Emma suggested weakly, though neither of us truly believed it. "Maybe," I said, unable to keep the doubt from my voice. "But let's finish loading up fast. I don't want to stick around to find out." We resumed our task, moving quicker now, driven by urgency and fear. Just as we finished packing our gear, ready to climb into the car and leave this unsettling place behind, I heard a faint whisper, drifting softly through the trees toward us. Emma froze beside me, eyes wide with panic as she clearly heard it too. The whispers grew louder, closer, overlapping each other in a quiet chorus of indistinct voices. It felt like they surrounded us, echoing gently through the air, coming from every direction at once. "Get in the car," I shouted, panic taking hold completely. We rushed toward the vehicle, hearts pounding, adrenaline surging. But just as I reached the driver's door, I glanced back toward the campsite, and my blood turned to ice. The figure was back. He stood at the edge of our clearing, perfectly still, partially obscured by shadows, but unmistakably the same man from the night before. His clothing was worn and ragged, face hidden beneath the wide brim of his hat. This time he stared directly at us, unmoving, silent. Emma followed my gaze, gasping in fear as she saw him too. "Who are you?" I shouted, my voice trembling. "What do you want?" The figure didn't answer. Instead, he slowly raised his arm, pointing toward the spot where we had found the old artifacts earlier that morning. He stood motionless, as if waiting for us to understand something important. "Just get in," Emma whispered desperately, tugging at my sleeve. I hesitated briefly, eyes locked onto the mysterious figure. But before I could move, he turned and stepped silently back into the shadows, disappearing completely from view. We climbed quickly into the car, locking doors behind us, breathless and shaken. As we drove away from the campsite, leaving the strange objects and eerie events behind, a single thought echoed relentlessly in my mind. Whoever or whatever that man was, he hadn't been trying to harm us, at least not yet. He had been trying to show us something buried and forgotten, hidden beneath layers of earth and memory, waiting patiently for someone to uncover its secrets. As our car sped down the rough dirt road away from the haunted campground, I knew one thing with chilling certainty. We hadn't escaped whatever was happening here. It was only just beginning. The drive out of the campground was quiet, almost suffocating. Neither of us spoke for the first 20 minutes. It felt like words couldn't adequately describe the unsettling events we'd just experienced. Emma sat rigidly in the passenger seat, staring blankly ahead, her fingers twisting nervously in her lap. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white, keeping my eyes fixed on the narrow dirt road winding through the dense woods, trying not to imagine seeing that mysterious figure again among the trees. Eventually, once we hit the main highway and the surroundings became more familiar, Emma finally broke the silence. "What do you think he was trying to show us?" she asked quietly, her voice shaky with anxiety. "Those old things buried by the fire, he kept pointing at them." "I don't know," I admitted honestly, glancing at her quickly before returning my gaze to the road. Maybe something happened out there a long time ago, something bad enough to leave a mark. She nodded slightly, biting her lip thoughtfully. "Do you think we should tell someone, like the rangers or the police?" I hesitated. Would they even believe us? We barely believed ourselves, and we'd been there. "Maybe," I said finally. "But what would we even say? That we saw a ghost or something? I'm not sure anyone would take us seriously." She sighed heavily, clearly frustrated by the lack of answers. "So what now? Do we just pretend none of this ever happened?" "Honestly, I wish we could," I said grimly, glancing at her again. "But I don't think it's going to be that easy." We drove the rest of the way home in uncomfortable silence, each lost in our own thoughts. By the time we reached our small suburban house, The sun had dipped low on the horizon, bathing everything in shades of deep orange and pink. But the comforting sight of our familiar home did little to ease the lingering dread that had settled inside me. Whatever we'd encountered in those woods, I had a feeling it wouldn't simply vanish because we'd left the campsite. That night, sleep didn't come easily for either of us. We lay awake, listening to the quiet creaks and groans of the house, constantly questioning whether each sound was harmless or something more sinister. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, pulling me into a restless sleep filled with uneasy dreams. When I woke up the next morning, sunlight streamed cheerfully through our bedroom window, making the previous day's events seem distant and unreal, like some half-remembered nightmare. But as we settled back into our daily routines over the next few days, strange little things began happening around our home, nothing obvious or threatening, just subtle oddities that gradually eroded any sense of normalcy or safety. Small objects would disappear, only to reappear later in places neither of us remembered putting them. Doors we were certain we'd closed would somehow be ajar when we returned to a room, and at night, faint whispers would drift through the silence, barely audible but undeniably present. Emma and I rarely discussed these occurrences at first, each silently hoping the other hadn't noticed. But soon, the cumulative weight of all those minor disturbances became impossible to ignore or explain away. One evening, after finding the kitchen cabinet inexplicably wide open again, Emma finally turned to me with frustration and fear in her eyes. "It's happening here now, isn't it?" she asked quietly, her voice tight with anxiety. "Whatever was out there at the campsite, it followed us home." I hesitated, not wanting to admit what I'd already started to suspect myself. But she was right. The evidence was undeniable. "I think so," I replied softly, reaching out to gently squeeze her hand. "I'm so sorry, Emma. I never thought anything like this could happen." She squeezed back tightly, determination mixing with the fear in her expression. "We need to figure out why," she said firmly. "Maybe if we can understand what's going on, we can make it stop." The next day, driven by a sense of urgency and desperation, we began researching the campground and surrounding area, hoping to uncover clues or historical records that might explain our experiences. It wasn't easy. Our secluded spot wasn't listed on any official websites or maps, and it took hours of digging through local history forums and digital archives before we finally found something promising. Buried deep within an old newspaper article from nearly 70 years ago was a brief mention of a hunter named Samuel Thornton, who'd gone missing in the woods surrounding our campsite and was never found. According to the article, Samuel had been camping alone when he vanished, leaving behind his gear and a smoldering campfire. Despite an extensive search, no trace of him was ever discovered. My heart raced as I read the short piece, immediately convinced we'd found the identity of the mysterious figure haunting us. I showed Emma the article, watching her eyes widen in shock and recognition. "It's him," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Samuel Thornton, that has to be him." "But why?" I asked quietly, feeling both relief and renewed confusion. Why would his spirit or whatever it is follow us? Emma frowned thoughtfully, rereading the article carefully. It says he disappeared without a trace. Maybe he's trying to tell us what happened to him, or show us something about his disappearance. I nodded slowly, the pieces beginning to fit together. The artifacts around our fire pit, maybe he was guiding us towards something. Maybe there's more evidence out there, clues that could finally solve the mystery of what happened to him. Emma looked at me uncertainly, clearly torn between wanting to help and fearing further encounters. Do you think we should go back? The question hung heavily between us. The idea of returning to the haunted campground filled me with dread, but the thought of continuing to live with these unexplained disturbances felt equally unbearable. If going back meant putting this to rest, maybe it was worth facing our fears head on. I think we have to, I said finally, my voice steady despite my unease. We won't find answers anywhere else. We spent the next few days preparing carefully, gathering equipment, researching outdoor survival tips, and mentally steeling ourselves for the return journey. By the time we finally set out again toward the remote campsite, I felt a strange combination of determination and apprehension, like we were being pulled inexorably towards something inevitable and significant. As we drove deeper into the woods, retracing our path along the narrow dirt road, I glanced over at Emma and saw mirrored in her expression the same quiet resolve I felt. We didn't know exactly what we'd find waiting for us this time, but we knew one thing for certain: we couldn't turn back now. When we finally arrived at the familiar clearing, our campsite appeared undisturbed, at least at first glance. But stepping out of the car, I immediately sensed the heavy presence that had enveloped us before. It felt as though the forest itself had been patiently waiting, expecting our return. And just as we began unloading our gear, a faint whisper drifted toward us from somewhere deep within the trees, a gentle voice carried softly on the wind. "You're here," it murmured quietly. "You came back." My pulse quickened, adrenaline surging as Emma and I exchanged a nervous glance. Samuel Thornton was here again, watching and waiting, ready at last to share whatever secrets he'd kept hidden all these years. The whisper faded gently into silence, but the words echoed persistently inside my head. "You're here. You came back." Emma stood rigid beside me, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and anticipation. We exchanged a glance, neither of us daring to speak yet. The familiar clearing around our campsite seemed both comforting and sinister at once, like returning to a place that no longer felt safe or welcoming. We finished unloading our gear in silence, both hyper-aware of every rustle of leaves and snap of twigs beneath our feet. This time, there was no playful banter or cheerful chatter as we set up camp. Instead, we moved quietly and quickly, driven by a sense of urgency that made our movements sharp and deliberate. The sun dipped lower toward the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees and deepening the sense of unease I felt growing steadily inside me. Once we'd set up the tent and started a small fire, we sat beside it, staring quietly into the flames as they crackled softly. Neither of us seemed willing to be the first to break the silence, as if speaking might shatter the fragile peace we'd managed to carve out for ourselves. But we both knew the peace wouldn't last. Whatever presence had greeted us upon our return wouldn't remain quiet or hidden for long. As darkness crept slowly across the clearing, wrapping everything in shades of gray and black, I felt my pulse quicken again, adrenaline tingling in my fingertips. Finally, Emma spoke, her voice quiet but firm. "If Samuel Thornton really is trying to show us something, we have to help him. Maybe it's the only way he'll leave us alone." I nodded slowly, unable to deny the logic in her words. "You're right, but where do we start?" Emma glanced toward the fire pit, where we'd first discovered the strange artifacts. "He kept pointing there," she said softly. "Maybe we missed something." We stood up slowly, approaching the fire pit together with hesitant steps. Our flashlights cut bright beams through the darkness, illuminating the patchy earth around the stone circle. Kneeling side by side, we began carefully digging with our hands, sifting gently through layers of dirt and leaves. At first, nothing unusual appeared, just more earth and small stones. But then my fingers brushed against something solid and cold beneath the surface. Heart racing, I carefully cleared away dirt, revealing a small rusted metal box, corroded with age and weathered by time. Emma leaned closer, shining her flashlight directly onto it. "Open it," she urged gently, clearly anxious but determined. Taking a deep breath, I pried the lid open with trembling hands. Inside, carefully wrapped in what remained of faded cloth, was a collection of personal belongings: a worn pocket watch with cracked glass, a small leather-bound journal nearly disintegrated with age, and a faded black and white photograph of a man standing proudly beside an old hunting cabin. We stared down at the objects in quiet awe. "This must have belonged to him," Emma whispered, carefully lifting the photograph from the box. "This has to be Samuel." I studied the image closely. The man in the photo looked strong and confident, smiling slightly beneath a wide-brimmed hat, the same hat worn by the mysterious figure who'd appeared near our campfire. I felt a strange pang of sadness, as if we'd uncovered something deeply personal and tragic. "Check the journal," Emma urged softly. "Maybe it has answers." I opened the fragile book carefully, the brittle pages threatening to crumble beneath my fingertips. Most of the writing had faded with time, leaving only faint traces of ink behind. But a few pages near the end remained somewhat legible, words standing out clearly despite the damage. As we read together by flashlight, Samuel Thornton's story began slowly to unfold, a series of brief, anxious entries describing increasingly strange experiences in the woods around his campsite. He wrote of feeling watched, of whispers in the night, and of a shadowy presence that seemed always just beyond the edges of his vision. The final entry sent chills racing down my spine. "I don't know what's happening anymore. Something is here with me. I feel it watching, waiting. I think it's angry. I won't sleep tonight. If anyone finds this, please leave. Get out while you still can." Emma and I stared at each other in stunned silence. the weight of Samuel's words settling heavily over us. He was experiencing the same things we are. She finally said, her voice barely audible, "He wasn't trying to scare us, he was trying to warn us." I nodded slowly, heart pounding hard against my ribs. But warn us about what? What exactly was he afraid of? Before Emma could respond, a sudden, sharp sound shattered the quiet, a snapping branch from somewhere just beyond the firelight's glow. We both spun around quickly, flashlights darting frantically through the shadows. "Who's there?" I called out loudly, trying to mask the fear rising rapidly within me. Silence answered at first, then the whispering voices returned, soft, overlapping, growing louder and closer with each passing second. Panic surged through me, every muscle in my body tensed painfully. "We have to get out of here," Emma whispered urgently, grabbing my arm tightly. "Right now." But before we could move, the figure stepped slowly into the edge of our clearing, illuminated faintly by flickering firelight. Samuel Thornton stood silently, his pale face partially hidden beneath the brim of his old hat, eyes fixed intently upon us. I held my breath, heart racing as I forced myself to speak calmly. "Samuel, we found your belongings. We're trying to help you. Tell us what happened, please." He didn't move or respond at first, just stared silently. Then, slowly, he raised his hand once again, pointing deliberately into the darkness behind him, towards something hidden deep within the woods. "Follow," he whispered quietly, his voice faint but clear. "I'll show you." Emma glanced nervously at me, uncertainty etched clearly across her features. But we both knew turning back now wasn't an option. Whatever secrets lay hidden here, whatever tragedy Samuel had suffered, we owed it to him and ourselves to see this through. Taking a deep, steadying breath, I nodded firmly. "Lead the way." Samuel turned silently, stepping back into the shadows without another word. We followed carefully, flashlights slicing brightly through the darkness as we moved cautiously into the unknown. As we walked deeper into the woods, the whispering voices surrounded us completely, rising and falling in gentle waves, as if guiding us onward. Every step brought us closer to something hidden, something powerful, an answer Samuel desperately needed us to find. Eventually, Samuel stopped beside an ancient, twisted oak tree at the heart of the forest. Its massive roots spread wide, sinking deep into the earth. He pointed slowly downward, indicating something buried beneath layers of soil and leaves. "Here," he murmured softly, his voice trembling slightly. "I'm here." Emma and I exchanged a brief, uneasy glance before kneeling silently beside the tree, preparing to dig once again. Whatever waited beneath the surface held answers we'd sought desperately since this ordeal began, answers about Samuel's fate, about the entity haunting these woods, and perhaps about the fate awaiting us too, if we weren't careful. As our fingers touched earth, I felt the heavy presence around us intensify, watching expectantly from the shadows. We were close now, closer than ever, to uncovering the truth hidden at the heart of this haunted campground. My fingers dug into the cold earth beneath the twisted oak tree, Emma kneeling silently beside me. The soil was damp and compact, stubbornly resisting our attempts to uncover what lay hidden below. Each handful of dirt revealed nothing at first, just more dirt, small roots, and tiny fragments of stones that scratched against our palms. But the weight of Samuel's gaze, quiet yet intense, compelled us onward. We knew without speaking that whatever waited beneath us was important, something Samuel desperately needed us to find. The whispers around us continued, softer now but constant, like a distant murmur carried on the wind. I glanced up briefly, noticing Samuel's figure still standing silently nearby, watching our progress. His pale, expressionless face remained partially obscured beneath his hat, but I felt his eyes locked onto us, filled with silent anticipation. Finally, after several tense minutes of digging, my hand brushed against something solid, a hard, uneven surface buried deeply beneath layers of soil. My heart jumped sharply. Emma saw my reaction, her eyes wide with apprehension as she leaned closer, shining her flashlight onto the spot. "Careful," she whispered urgently, watching as I carefully cleared more dirt away. Slowly, painstakingly, I revealed what was buried beneath us, a small mound of old, crumbling fabric, wrapped tightly around something solid and heavy. As we cleared the last bit of dirt, the shape became unmistakably clear. It was a set of human remains, bones wrapped loosely in what remained of decayed clothing, now barely recognizable from decades spent beneath the ground. Emma gasped sharply, pulling back instinctively. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, hands trembling as I stared at the skeletal remains lying exposed in the earth. Neither of us spoke at first. The weight of what we'd just uncovered hung heavily between us, impossible to ignore or dismiss. "This has to be Samuel," Emma finally whispered, her voice shaking. "He's been here all this time." I nodded slowly, my throat tightening painfully. Samuel Thornton had vanished from these woods nearly 70 years ago, and now, after all this time, we'd finally found him. His ghostly presence had guided us here, desperate for anyone to uncover the truth hidden beneath the twisted roots of the oak tree. We both turned slowly toward Samuel's figure, still standing quietly at the edge of the clearing. He stared silently at the uncovered remains, sadness radiating from his pale, shadowed face. "Samuel," I spoke softly, struggling to keep my voice steady, "we found you. We know what happened now. It's okay, you can rest." He didn't move at first, as if processing the gravity of the moment. Then, very slowly, he stepped forward, moving toward the spot where his earthly remains lay exposed. Emma and I watched nervously, unsure what would happen next. Samuel knelt beside the shallow grave, his form flickering slightly, becoming more transparent. He reached out gently, fingers hovering just above the bones. A profound sadness washed over his features, his shoulders slumping slightly, as if suddenly overwhelmed by the weight of decades lost. "I never wanted to frighten anyone," he finally murmured, voice faint and trembling, "but I needed someone to know, to understand." I couldn't move on, couldn't leave this place until someone found me, until someone knew the truth. Emma stepped closer, compassion overcoming her fear. What happened, Samuel? How did you end up here? Samuel's eyes rose to meet ours, filled with quiet sorrow. I came here to hunt. I'd visited this place many times before, always alone, always peaceful. But that night was different. Something else was in these woods, something angry, something dark. He hesitated briefly, glancing uneasily into the surrounding shadows. It didn't want me here. I felt its anger, its resentment, but I ignored it. I told myself it was nothing, just superstition. Then the whispers started, the footsteps circling my campsite, and before I realized the danger, it was too late. What was it? I asked carefully, dread twisting sharply inside me. Samuel shook his head sadly. I don't know exactly, but whatever haunts these woods isn't human, not anymore. It feeds on fear, on loneliness and desperation. It trapped me here, isolated me, took my strength. In the end, it left me here to die alone, forgotten. His words chilled me deeply. Emma reached out instinctively, grasping my hand tightly, her fingers trembling. "But why us?" she asked gently, voice barely audible. "Why did it choose us?" Samuel's gaze softened slightly, empathy flickering across his ghostly face. "You were isolated, vulnerable just as I was. It sensed your loneliness, your stress. It saw an opportunity. But unlike me, you had each other. That bond kept you safe, protected you enough to fight back." He paused, glancing back at his remains with a bittersweet expression. "I'm sorry I had to involve you, but you were my only hope. I needed someone who could understand, who could free me from this endless cycle." Emma nodded slowly, compassion clear in her eyes. "You deserved better than this," she said softly. "We'll make sure you're remembered properly. We'll let people know the truth about what happened here." Samuel smiled faintly, genuine relief washing over him. "That's all I've ever wanted. To be remembered, to finally find peace." As he spoke, his form became more transparent, fading gently into the shadows around us. "Thank you," he murmured softly, voice fading gradually. "You gave me back my story, my dignity. Now I can rest." Within moments, Samuel was gone, leaving only silence behind. The whispers faded too, retreating into the darkness, leaving Emma and me alone beside the unearthed grave. We stood quietly for several minutes, processing everything we'd learned, the profound sadness of Samuel's fate settling heavily between us. "What now?" Emma finally asked quietly, glancing at me with weary eyes. "We call the authorities," I said firmly. "We tell them everything. Samuel deserves a proper burial, and people should know the truth about this place." Emma nodded silently, clearly relieved. Together, we carefully reburied Samuel's remains, marking the spot with a small stone cairn until authorities could arrive. By the time we finished, dawn had begun creeping over the horizon, gentle rays of sunlight filtering through the trees and chasing away lingering shadows. We packed our gear quietly, both exhausted but strangely at peace. As we climbed back into the car, leaving the haunted campground behind for the final time, a sense of closure washed gently over us. We'd faced the unknown, confronted our deepest fears, and found answers hidden beneath layers of earth and memory. Driving back toward civilization, I glanced at Emma, noticing a subtle change in her expression, a quiet strength and resilience born from what we'd experienced together. Despite everything we'd endured, or perhaps because of it, we were stronger now, connected deeply by the shared burden of Samuel Thornton's story. And though the memories of our time at the haunted campground would never truly fade, we'd learned to carry them without fear. We'd faced the darkness together and emerged stronger, wiser, and more prepared to confront whatever future challenges awaited us. The drive back home felt different this time. The oppressive heaviness we'd grown accustomed to had lifted, replaced by a profound sense of relief and clarity. Emma sat quietly beside me, her eyes focused thoughtfully on the road ahead. Though neither of us spoke immediately, it felt like there was no longer a need to fill the silence with nervous reassurances or anxious speculation. Instead, we embraced the quiet comfort of having confronted our fears and finally found closure. Once we reached cell service, we pulled off the highway and called the local sheriff's department. Explaining the situation was complicated, we told them about discovering human remains at the campsite, carefully omitting Samuel's ghostly presence, knowing they wouldn't believe us. The dispatcher assured us they'd send a deputy to meet us at a nearby gas station where we could give a formal statement. When the deputy arrived, he listened carefully, jotting down notes as we described finding the buried belongings and remains beneath the oak tree. He seemed skeptical at first, asking several pointed questions, but as we continued, our sincerity and genuine distress appeared to convince him. He assured us they'd investigate thoroughly, promising Samuel Thornton would finally get the dignity he deserved. Back home, the familiar surroundings of our house felt comforting in a way they hadn't in weeks. It was as though the lingering presence that had followed us from the campground had finally released its grip, allowing us to reclaim our lives. That night, we slept peacefully for the first time in days, unburdened by whispers or strange disturbances. In the days that followed, local authorities launched an official investigation into the site. Our discovery sparked considerable interest, prompting historians and journalists to explore Samuel Thornton's story, piecing together a clearer picture of his life and tragic disappearance. The community quickly embraced his memory, turning him into a figure of local folklore, someone to honor and remember rather than fear. One afternoon, several weeks after we'd left the campground for the final time, Emma and I received an invitation to attend a memorial service arranged by the town to properly lay Samuel to rest. We accepted without hesitation, eager for the chance to witness the peaceful closure we'd helped bring about. On the day of the memorial, we drove back toward the woods that had changed our lives so profoundly. This time, however, we weren't alone. A small group of townspeople, historians, and journalists had gathered near the entrance to the woods, along with a local minister who would preside over the ceremony. Together, We walked slowly toward the oak tree, the place where Samuel had spent decades hidden beneath the earth. Now, the area had been respectfully cleared and carefully marked with a small stone memorial bearing his name and dates. A gentle breeze rustled softly through the branches above, creating a quiet whisper that felt peaceful rather than unsettling. The minister spoke kindly about Samuel Thornton, acknowledging the mystery and tragedy of his disappearance, while honoring his life and courage. Emma reached out and squeezed my hand gently, offering silent reassurance as we listened. As the ceremony concluded, the crowd dispersed slowly, many pausing briefly to offer condolences or express gratitude for our role in uncovering Samuel's remains. Eventually, Emma and I stood alone by the memorial, quietly paying our respects. In that quiet moment, I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, nothing frightening or alarming, just a soft sense of warmth and gratitude that seemed to surround us gently. Emma noticed it too, glancing at me with an understanding smile. "He finally found peace," she whispered softly, eyes glistening slightly. "He's free now." I nodded slowly, emotions tightening my throat. We did the right thing. Coming back here was the hardest decision we ever made, but it was worth it. Emma leaned her head against my shoulder, both of us silently acknowledging the strength we'd discovered within ourselves and each other. After a moment, we turned together and began the walk back toward our car, leaving the memorial behind with a sense of peace and finality. Over the following months, life gradually returned to normaler, at least something resembling normal. Emma and I talked openly about our experience, leaning on each other as we processed lingering emotions and memories. We realized that although the ordeal had been terrifying, it had also taught us something vital about ourselves: the importance of connection, courage, and facing fears head-on, even when answers seemed impossible to find. Our experience had changed us, reshaping our perspective on life and strengthening the bond we shared. We learned to value our relationship more deeply, grateful for having someone to lean on during difficult times. And although the memories of our time at the haunted campground never fully faded, they no longer filled us with dread or fear. Instead, they served as reminders of our strength, resilience, and the powerful lessons we'd learned together. Almost a year after discovering Samuel's remains, Emma and I decided to return once more to the campsite, not to camp overnight, but simply to visit, pay our respects, and ensure that the peaceful energy we'd left behind was still intact. The drive felt different now, filled with quiet reflection rather than anxiety. When we arrived, the clearing appeared unchanged, calm, quiet, and serene. The fire pit, now carefully cleared and restored by the townspeople, stood neatly at the center, a testament to the community's respect for Samuel's story. We wandered quietly around the familiar area, speaking softly about our memories and the journey that had brought us here. As we stood beside the oak tree, looking down at the simple stone memorial, I felt a gentle sense of closure and satisfaction settle within me. The campground, once haunted by shadows and whispers, had become something entirely different, a place of quiet remembrance, healing, and peace. Samuel Thornton had found his rest, and in doing so had granted us a powerful gift: the courage to face our fears, the wisdom to embrace life's uncertainties, and a deeper understanding of ourselves and each other. Emma reached down and placed a single wildflower gently atop Samuel's memorial, whispering quietly, "Thank you for trusting us." Together, we stood silently for a long moment, honoring the man whose story had changed our lives so profoundly. Then, hand in hand, we turned and walked slowly back toward our car, leaving the campground behind with hearts full of gratitude and peace. As we drove away, I glanced briefly in the rearview mirror, taking one last look at the peaceful clearing behind us. For a brief moment, I thought I saw a faint figure standing near the oak tree, a gentle, reassuring presence that felt warmly familiar. I blinked, and it was gone, leaving only sunlight and shadows dancing softly among the trees. Smiling quietly to myself, I squeezed Emma's hand gently, knowing without question that Samuel Thornton was finally at rest, and that, thanks to him, so were we. I grew up near the desert, close enough that the barren landscape felt familiar to me from childhood. I'd spent plenty of days wandering the outskirts, but strangely enough, I'd never actually camped there. The desert always seemed too wild, too mysterious an endless space that could swallow someone whole. But eventually, curiosity outweighed caution, and a few years back, I agreed to go camping with some friends. There were 4 of us: me, Tyler, Jacob, and Sarah. We'd grown up together, so camping trips weren't unusual, but this one felt different from the start. We picked a remote spot, miles from any marked trail, hidden between jagged rock formations and sparse shrubs. It was the kind of place where, if you weren't careful, you could lose your bearings quickly. The first thing I noticed as we set up our tents and gathered wood was how incredibly silent everything was. The usual background sounds of birds, insects, or even the wind rustling through the dry grass were completely absent. It felt as if we'd walked into a vacuum. Every sound we made seemed louder in contrast, amplified by the stillness around us. "This place feels weird," Sarah said quietly, glancing around as we sat by our small campfire later that evening. She rubbed her arms as if fighting off a chill, even though the desert air was still warm. "You're just creeped out because it's so quiet," Tyler laughed, nudging her gently. "It's peaceful. Enjoy it." I didn't say anything, but I agreed with Sarah. Something felt off. I'd spent plenty of nights outside, but never in such complete silence. I tried to brush it off, convincing myself it was just nerves or imagination. As night fell, we settled into our tents. I lay awake, staring at the thin fabric ceiling, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching us from the shadows beyond the firelight. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. I woke suddenly sometime later, disoriented and unsure why. I lay still, listening carefully. Outside, the fire had burned low, casting faint, flickering shadows against my tent. Everything remained quiet, but something felt wrong. Then, as clearly as if someone had spoken right next to my ear, I heard my name whispered softly from outside the tent. My heart skipped, and adrenaline surged through me. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Maybe it was just one of my friends playing a prank. But the voice didn't sound like any of them. It was deeper, rougher, not entirely human. I strained to listen, hoping I'd imagined it. Then it whispered my name again, clearer this time and closer. "Come out," it urged gently, almost sweetly. "Come see." I stayed frozen, fear pinning me in place. This wasn't Tyler's playful voice or Jacob's familiar tone. It was something else, something wrong, trying to lure me outside. I thought about calling out to my friends, but my voice wouldn't cooperate. Fear had silenced me completely. Then I heard footsteps approaching, heavy, deliberate, crunching slowly across the dirt. With each step, the breathing grew louder, raspier, like something struggling to imitate human breath. It stopped directly outside my tent. Silence again, painful, terrifying silence. A slow scratching sound started, claws gently tracing across the thin fabric of the tent, barely enough pressure to be heard clearly. My body tightened in panic. I could feel the presence just inches away, separated only by fragile nylon. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, just lay there, rigid, staring into the dark, listening. Eventually, the scratching stopped, replaced by the soft, heavy footsteps moving away again, back into the darkness beyond the camp. But I knew it wasn't truly gone. It lingered, watching, waiting. When morning finally broke, bright sunlight flooded the campsite, driving away the shadows and making last night's events feel almost unreal. But one look at Sarah's pale face told me she'd heard something too. "You heard it, didn't you?" she whispered, pulling me aside from the others. Her voice trembled. "Yeah," I admitted quietly. "Someone whispering, footsteps, scratching my tent." Her eyes widened in fear. "Me too. I thought it was just me being paranoid." We didn't tell Tyler and Jacob, knowing they'd laugh it off as imagination or fear. Instead, we hurriedly packed up camp, not bothering to make breakfast or linger longer than necessary. None of us spoke much on the hike back to the car, each of us lost in our own uneasy thoughts. Days passed, then weeks, and I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it all some strange dream born of too many stories and late-night conversations around campfires. Life slowly returned to normal, though I avoided the desert after dark, never quite feeling comfortable out there again. But one evening, after finishing a late shift at work, I returned home to find something that brought it all rushing back. Approaching my front door, I noticed footprints pressed firmly into the dirt near my porch, too large, strangely shaped, and clearly not human. The tracks were impossibly wide, the toes elongated and claw-like. I stared at them, fear coiling in my stomach. Glancing around nervously, I noticed more prints scattered across my yard, circling the house as if someone or something had been pacing outside, peering into windows, observing my home carefully. My mind flashed back to that night in the desert, to the whispering voice and the scratching claws. The realization hit me like ice-cold water. Whatever had stalked us at our campsite had followed me home. I quickly stepped inside, locking every door and window tightly. Alone in my living room, curtains drawn, I sat anxiously, listening to every sound, every creak, wondering if I'd hear that voice again, calling softly from outside, asking me to step into the dark. That night, sleep didn't come easier at all. Instead, I lay awake, wondering exactly what I'd encountered in the desert, and worse, what I'd unknowingly brought back with me. It wasn't human, it wasn't animal, it was something older, darker, something the desert had hidden deep within itself until I'd foolishly crossed its path. Now, I knew it was watching, waiting for me to step outside and answer its call again. For days after discovering the footprints outside my house, I couldn't focus on anything else. I checked around the property every morning, nervously scanning the dirt for fresh tracks. Sometimes I thought I saw movement from the corner of my eye, a shadow slipping behind a bush or quickly ducking out of sight, but whenever I turned to look directly, nothing was there. The whole thing had started to feel like paranoia, but I knew better. Whatever had found me in the desert was real, and it had followed me home. Eventually, I told my friend Sarah about the footprints. She was the only one who'd understood how disturbing that night in the desert had truly been. "You have to show me," she insisted. "Maybe it's an animal or something explainable." "I wish," I replied quietly, "but these aren't animal tracks. Not any I've ever seen." She came over later that afternoon, following me around the side of the house to where I'd last seen the prints. They'd faded slightly, worn down by wind and weather, but their size and shape were still clear enough. Sarah knelt beside one of them, running her finger lightly along the edge of the impression. "You're right," she whispered uneasily, glancing up at me. "These aren't normal." I nodded grimly, feeling strangely validated but no less scared. Whatever made these tracks came from out there, from the desert that night. I think it's been following me. Sarah stood up slowly, brushing dirt off her hands, eyes wary. "I read something online," she admitted hesitantly, "about creatures out in the desert, skinwalkers. People say they mimic voices, lure you away. They stalk, watch, follow people home." A chill shot down my spine. I'd heard stories growing up, legends whispered among locals, but I'd never truly believed any of it until now. "You think that's what's doing this?" I asked softly, voice tight with anxiety. She hesitated, unsure. "Maybe. All the signs fit. Whispering your name, the strange voice, footprints. It all matches the stories. If it is, you're not safe." "So, what do we do?" I asked nervously, hoping she'd have an answer. She sighed, looking toward the distant horizon where desert sands stretched endlessly outward. "I don't know. Some people say to confront it directly. Others warn never to go near it, to leave offerings or prayers for protection." Neither option felt reassuring, but confronting whatever had followed me seemed impossible. What would I even say? How do you face something that might not even be human? After Sarah left, I spent the evening researching everything I could find online about skinwalkers and local legends. Stories ranged widely: shadowy figures standing at the edges of campsites, mysterious whispers at night, creatures able to mimic voices of loved ones or animals, attempting to lure people into the dark. Most frightening was the repeated warning. Once they notice you, they rarely leave you alone. That night, I slept with all the lights on, curtains tightly closed. Every sound outside made me jump branches tapping the windows, wind brushing softly against the house. Eventually, exhausted from tension and fear, I slipped into uneasy dreams. I woke abruptly hours later, heart racing. At first, I wasn't sure what had startled me awake. Then I heard it again, a faint scratching sound at the front door. I lay still, breathing shallowly, listening closely. The scratching continued softly, deliberate, and rhythmic. It was the same sound I'd heard against my tent that night in the desert. Slowly, quietly, I got out of bed, moving toward the front door. My pulse thundered in my ears. Through the peephole, I saw nothing but darkness outside. The porch light had gone out, leaving shadows pooled against the entryway. The scratching paused suddenly, replaced by silence so complete it hurt my ears. Then a whisper came through the doorlow, raspy, barely audible. "Let me in." My knees nearly buckled. The voice wasn't human. It sounded strained, wrong, like something struggling to imitate human speech. "I know you're awake," it continued gently, almost sweetly, the voice shifting now, becoming more familiar. "Please open the door. It's cold outside." My heart nearly stopped. The voice now was Sarah's, perfect down to the slight tremble when she felt uneasy. But Sarah wasn't here. She couldn't be. This wasn't her. "Please," the voice pleaded softly, heartbreakingly real. "I'm scared." "Go away," I whispered harshly, forcing myself to speak. "You're not her." Silence again. Then, laughter deep, guttural laughter that rattled through my bones. "Come outside," it growled suddenly, dropping any pretense of humanity. "Come and see." I stumbled backward, locking the door again even though I knew it was already secured. Panic surged through me. I grabbed my phone, desperate to call someone, but my hands shook so badly I struggled to dial a number. Finally, Sarah picked up, groggy and confused. "It's outside," I said breathlessly, my voice cracking. "It's pretending to be you. It wants me to open the door." "I'm coming," she replied instantly, her voice alert. "Don't move. Don't answer it. Don't even look outside." She hung up, and I sat alone in my living room, shivering despite the warm house, every muscle in my body tense. Minutes dragged by slowly, painfully. The scratching had stopped, but I knew it hadn't left. I could sense its presence, patiently waiting just beyond my door. Finally, headlights illuminated the room. Sarah was here. Relief washed over me, but quickly faded as I realized she'd have to cross the yard, passing whatever was out there. I rushed to the window, carefully pulling back the curtain just enough to see her stepping from her car, scanning nervously around the darkened property. Then, in the dim porch light, I saw a dishadowed figure standing at the corner of the house, half hidden by darkness. It watched Sarah intently, posture stiff and unnatural. She moved quickly toward the front door, oblivious to the thing standing just feet away. I flung the door open, grabbing her arm and pulling her inside. She turned quickly, confused. "What's wrong?" she asked urgently. It was right there, I said, pointing desperately toward the spot where the figure had stood moments before. Now it was empty. Nothing but shadows remained. Sarah stared quietly into the darkness for a long moment, then closed the door carefully, locking it tightly. She turned to me, eyes wide and fearful. "You're right," she whispered. "We need help." Standing together in my small, brightly lit living room, we knew this wasn't just superstition or imagination. Something ancient and dangerous had found me, and now it knew exactly where I lived. Sarah and I spent that entire night awake, pacing restlessly through the living room, occasionally peering out the window into the darkness outside. Every time we looked, the yard was empty, quiet, still. It was almost as though the previous events had never happened, except we both knew better. It had all been very real, and something was still out there, watching. As dawn finally broke, spilling soft morning light through the curtains, our nerves eased just a bit. Daylight always had a comforting way of chasing away fears, even if only temporarily. We brewed coffee, sitting silently at the kitchen table, neither of us knowing exactly what to say. "What should we do?" I finally asked, breaking the heavy silence. "We can't keep living like this, afraid to step outside, afraid to sleep." Sarah hesitated, swirling her coffee thoughtfully. "Maybe we need to talk to someone who understands the desert better than we do," she finally suggested. "Someone who knows the history and legends. At the very least, they might give us advice on how to protect ourselves." I nodded. It made sense. Growing up nearby, we'd both heard enough stories to know that people often turned to respected elders or spiritual leaders whenever something strange occurred. We hadn't been particularly superstitious ourselves, but given recent events, neither of us dismissed the idea now. Sarah made a few phone calls, eventually finding someone, a respected Navajo elder named Thomas, who lived just outside of town. He'd grown up in this desert, spending his life teaching others about the land, its history, and its stories. After hearing a brief explanation, Thomas agreed to meet us later that day. The drive to Thomas's house was quiet, filled with anxious uncertainty. We eventually arrived at a modest home, set against the backdrop of vast desert and distant mountains. Thomas greeted us warmly at the door, tall man with gray hair and deep lines etched by years spent beneath harsh sunlight. He invited us inside, sitting calmly across from us at his small kitchen table. "Tell me exactly what happened," he said gently, eyes kind yet serious. We recounted the events carefully, sparing no detail: the whispering voice, the scratching, the footprints, and the figure outside my home. Thomas listened quietly, never interrupting, nodding thoughtfully as we spoke. When we finished, he took a slow breath, looking carefully between us. "I've heard similar stories," he began calmly. "The desert hides many things. Our people have long known there are places here where the line between the world we see and the one we don't is very thin. Sometimes things cross that line, things we can't easily understand." "You mean skinwalkers?" Sarah asked nervously, her voice quiet. Thomas paused, carefully choosing his words. "That's a name often used, yes, but it's complicated. The word is sometimes used too loosely by those who don't fully understand." but whatever you encountered sounds very real, and it clearly noticed you." I felt a chill move through me at his words. "What can we do?" I asked, trying to control my nerves. Thomas looked directly at me, his expression calm and reassuring. "First, you must respect the fact that it exists. Don't dismiss it as imagination. But don't give it power over you either. These things feed on fear, on uncertainty. You must reclaim your space, make it clear you're aware, but refuse to let it control your life." Sarah glanced nervously at me, clearly uncertain. "But how?" she asked quietly. Thomas stood slowly, motioning for us to follow him outside. Behind his home, he walked us to a small fire pit, carefully built and neatly maintained. "When you're back home tonight, light a fire outside, one that's visible, one you watch carefully. Sit together, stay calm, speak clearly. Tell it firmly that you're aware it's there, but it's not welcome. Do not speak in fear or anger, simply in strength." He picked up a small pouch from nearby, placing it gently in my hand. "Burn this sage while you speak. Let the smoke cleanse your space, your mind, and your spirit. Our ancestors have done this for generations. It helps." We thanked Thomas, leaving his home feeling hopeful yet anxious. Neither of us fully understood what we were dealing with, but at least we now had guidance, something tangible to do besides just being afraid. That evening we returned to my house, preparing carefully. We built a small fire in the backyard, following Thomas's instructions exactly. As darkness fell around us, the flames flickered warmly, the smell of burning sage drifting gently upward, calming our nerves slightly. We sat quietly for a long time, the fire crackling softly. Eventually, gathering my courage, I spoke aloud, clearly and steadily, addressing whatever presence might still be nearby. "I know you're here," I said calmly, firmly. "You've made yourself known, and we've noticed. But this is my homey life, and you're not welcome here anymore. I'm asking you to leave us alone." Sarah spoke next, her voice steady despite the fear we'd both felt. "We respect that you exist. We respect that this land has history we might not understand fully, but we ask that you respect us too. Please leave us alone now." We sat quietly afterward, listening closely to the silence around us. At first, nothing changed, but after several moments, we both felt something subtly shift. The air grew lighter, warmer somehow, as if a pressure had lifted. The rest of the night passed quietly, without incident. We eventually moved back inside, still cautious but feeling safer than we had in days. In the days and weeks that followed, nothing strange happened. No more footprints appeared in the yard, no strange voices whispered outside the windows, and gradually, we both began to relax. Life slowly returned to normal, though we remained cautious, always aware that there was more to the desert than we could ever fully understand. Months later, I went back to see Thomas again. He smiled warmly as he greeted me at the door, asking how things had been. "It's better," I admitted honestly. "We haven't seen or heard anything else since we did what you said." Thomas nodded gently, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Good. These things are powerful, but so is the strength of your spirit. You learn something important, something our people have known for generations. Respect the land, respect what lives in it, but don't give your fear power over your life. I left his home that day feeling stronger, wiser, and far more respectful of the desert I'd always called home. I knew I'd never understand everything that lived beneath the stars out there, but I no longer feared it, not completely. Sarah and I continued camping over the years, always careful, always respectful. Occasionally, we'd think back to those nights when something we couldn't fully explain had come into our lives. We shared the story only with those who understood and respected it, always careful not to treat it lightly. And though I never forgot those strange events, I knew I'd gained something valuable, the ability to face what frightened me and reclaim my space, my home, and my life. The desert was no longer a place of fear, it had become a place of careful respect, quiet strength, and peaceful understanding. It was early autumn, and the nights were just starting to get colder. I remember pulling my jacket tighter around myself as my friend Sophie and I walked toward the restaurant. We decided to meet at this new place in town, a small, cozy-looking spot tucked between a bookstore and a closed-down bakery. Neither of us had been there before, but we'd heard good things: great food, quiet atmosphere, perfect for catching up after weeks of busy schedules. When we walked in, it felt exactly how we'd hoped. Comfortable lighting, soft music playing quietly in the background, and the gentle hum of conversation filling the room. We chose a table near the window, overlooking the street. Our waiter quickly appeared, friendly and welcoming, taking our drink orders and promising to return soon with menus. "So," Sophie said, leaning back comfortably into her chair, "how's life been treating you lately?" We fell into easy conversation: work, relationships, the usual updates friends share when they haven't seen each other in a while. The restaurant was about half full, peaceful enough that we didn't feel rushed. Around us, people talked softly, enjoying their meals, paying no particular attention to anyone else. About halfway through dinner, though, something began to change. At first, I didn't notice anything unusual, just a vague sense of being watched. It started slowly, like a subtle shift in the atmosphere that made me glance around the restaurant. Across from us, at a small table meant for two, sat a couple. They looked ordinary enough, probably mid-40s, nicely dressed, quietly talking to each other, but when I glanced in their direction, they quickly looked away, almost too abruptly. I shrugged it off, returning to my conversation with Sophie. It wasn't uncommon for people to glance around at restaurants after all. But a few minutes later, that uncomfortable feeling returned stronger than before. Again, I caught the couple staring, this time more openly, the woman leaning in to whisper something to the man. He nodded slightly, still looking straight at us. Am I imagining things, or are those people staring at us? Sophie asked quietly, noticing my distraction. I thought it was just me, I admitted softly. But yeah, they're definitely staring. We shared a small laugh, trying to ease the growing awkwardness, but it didn't help. The couple continued glancing in our direction, occasionally whispering to each other as though we were the topic of their conversation. Finally, the man leaned toward us slightly, clearing his throat to get our attention. "Excuse me," he said gently, offering a cautious smile. "Sorry to interrupt your dinner, but we've been trying to figure it out. You two know each other from school, right?" Sophie and I exchanged puzzled glances. "No," I replied politely, shaking my head. "We never went to school together." The woman tilted her head curiously, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Are you sure? You're both from Hillside, aren't you?" I felt a chill run down my spine. Hillside was indeed my hometown, but Sophie was from several towns away. "Well, I'm from Hillside," I said hesitantly, "but Sophie isn't." The woman frowned slightly, as if I'd confused her. "But Sophie lived there too, briefly, right? Near the old library on Cedar Street." My stomach twisted uncomfortably. Sophie had briefly lived in Hillside near the old library on Cedar Street, something she'd mentioned to me only once or twice in passing. Sophie looked visibly startled, and I saw confusion mirrored on her face. "How do you know that?" Sophie asked carefully, her voice trembling just a little. The couple exchanged another quick glance before the man offered a friendly smile that now felt forced, unnatural. "Maybe we're mistaken," he said softly, "but we thought we recognized you both. Your parents are Mark and Karen, aren't they?" My heart started racing. Mark and Karen were indeed my parents' names. But I'd never met this couple before. I'd never even seen them around Hillside. "I'm sorry," I managed, my voice suddenly dry, "but I don't think we've ever met. Who are you?" The woman smiled reassuringly, but there was something off about it, something hollow and artificial. "Oh, it's nothing, dear. Probably just our mistake. You two just look very familiar, that's all." Her words hung awkwardly between us, clearly untrue. They knew far too much for it to be a mistake. Sophie stared at her plate, clearly uncomfortable, picking nervously at her food. I didn't know what else to say, so I mumbled something polite and turned my attention back to Sophie, pretending to continue our meal as if nothing had happened. But the damage was done. Our conversation had died completely, replaced by tense silence. The couple beside us fell quiet as well, no longer speaking or even whispering. Instead, they sat silently, barely touching their food, occasionally looking our way with unreadable expressions. Finally, the woman stood abruptly, gathering her belongings quickly. The man followed suit, pulling on his coat and avoiding eye contact with us entirely. Without another word, they moved swiftly toward the exit, leaving their plates half-eaten. Sophie exhaled deeply as the door closed behind them, tension draining from her shoulders. "What the hell was that?" she whispered, clearly shaken. "I have no idea," I admitted, unable to hide the unease in my voice. "I've never seen those people before." When our waiter returned, he noticed our discomfort immediately. "Is everything okay?" he asked gently, eyeing the couple's abandoned plates. "Did something happen?" "Do you know who those people were?" Sophie asked nervously, nodding toward the empty table. "The couple who just left?" He shook his head, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "No, not at all. They were here before my shift even started, just sitting there for hours." barely touching their food. I've never seen them here before. Sophie and I shared another unsettled look. Whoever they were, they'd known things they shouldn't have, details from our lives, names and places only close friends or family would know. We finished dinner quietly, unsettled, unable to shake the feeling we'd stumbled into something deeply strange. As we stepped outside into the cold night air, glancing nervously up and down the street, I couldn't help but wonder. Who were those people? How did they know so much about us? And what did they really want? After that strange encounter, Sophie and I drifted apart for a while. It wasn't deliberate, but somehow the awkwardness of that night clung to our interactions. Each text message was a little more forced, each casual invitation a bit more hesitant. Neither of us admitted it openly, but I think we both felt it. Something had changed. That couple had slipped quietly into our lives for just one night, but their presence lingered, a shadow neither of us could entirely shake. Life went on, though, as it always does. Days became weeks, and gradually the uneasy memory faded to the edges of my thoughts. Work, family gatherings, birthdays, normalcy pushed its way back in, bringing comfort in routine and familiarity. Soon enough, I began to believe the whole thing was just a bizarre coincidence. Maybe we'd misunderstood something, misread their intentions. Maybe they had overheard our conversation earlier in the evening, pieced together details from snippets of what they'd heard. Strange, sure, but possible. A few months after the incident, I found myself back in Hillside for my parents' anniversary party. My mom had organized a small get-together at their house, and I'd come home to help out and see some familiar faces. The afternoon passed pleasantly, laughter and conversation filling the air. The uneasy memory of the restaurant was the farthest thing from my mind. Toward evening, though, as guests slowly filtered out, my mom pulled me aside, concern etched on her face. "Sweetheart, did you invite someone tonight?" she asked carefully, glancing toward the living room window. "No," I answered, puzzled. "Why?" She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "There's a car that's been parked across the street for hours. I noticed it earlier but didn't think much of it. They're still there." I moved to the window to look. Sure enough, parked beneath the street lamp was a dark sedan, windows tinted, engine off. It looked entirely ordinary, except that I'd never seen it before. Hillside was the kind of town where you recognized cars and knew which house they belonged to. This one didn't belong. "It's probably nothing," I reassured her gently, forcing myself to sound confident. "Maybe someone visiting one of the neighbors." Mom didn't look convinced, but she nodded slowly, accepting my explanation for the moment. I felt uneasy, though. The car remained in place, silent, unmoving. Later, as the evening wound down, I stepped onto the porch to say goodbye to the last few guests. As they drove off, I noticed the car across the street again, still there, still silent. A sudden impulse took hold of me, driven partly by frustration and partly by a stubborn desire to confront whatever was happening head on. Without thinking too much, I walked toward the car, my footsteps echoing softly on the quiet street. As I approached, the driver's side window rolled down slowly, revealing a woman's face partially obscured by shadows. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She smiled softly, familiar and unsettling. My stomach tightened as I immediately recognized her as the woman from the restaurant. Her voice was calm and pleasant when she finally spoke. "Hello again," she said quietly, almost gently. "Didn't mean to alarm you." My heart began pounding hard against my chest. "What are you doing here? Were you watching us?" She shook her head slowly, a faint, apologetic smile still lingering on her lips. "Not exactly. We just wanted to make sure you were okay." Her words confused me, and anger flickered beneath my fear. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" She hesitated slightly, her eyes briefly shifting to something behind me before settling back onto mine. "We're not following you," she replied carefully. "At least not in the way you think. There's something you need to know. Can we speak somewhere else?" "No," I snapped sharply, frustration edging into my voice. "If you have something to say, say it now." She glanced again over my shoulder, this time more urgently. I turned quickly, instinctively following her gaze, but the street behind me was empty. When I faced her again, her expression had changed now, filled with genuine worry. "I think we've made a mistake," she whispered softly, almost sadly. "You shouldn't be involved in this. We're sorry." Before I could respond, she started the car. Tires whispered softly against asphalt as she drove away, headlights disappearing down the road, leaving me alone and confused on the empty street. Back inside, my mom immediately noticed my shaken expression. "What happened?" she asked, worry evident in her eyes. I took a deep breath, not sure how to explain what had just occurred. Finally, I decided honesty was best. "Remember when I told you about that weird couple at the restaurant a few months ago? She was outside just now. She said they were watching me to make sure I was okay." Mom's face paled slightly, and she moved to the front window again, peering out nervously. "That's not right. Something feels off about this." I nodded quietly, feeling unsettled all over again. My mind spun, replaying every detail of our brief conversation. Why had she been so worried? And what did she mean when she said they'd made a mistake? The rest of the evening passed in tense quietness. I stayed awake late into the night, checking the street every so often, paranoid about seeing headlights again. But the car didn't return. Eventually, exhaustion won out, pulling me into a restless sleep. The next morning, as sunlight filtered softly through my bedroom window, the night before seemed distant and almost dreamlike. But when I came downstairs, my parents were sitting quietly at the kitchen table, speaking softly in worried voices. "What's wrong?" I asked cautiously, feeling dread settle over me. My father slid a folded piece of paper across the table toward me, his expression grave. "Someone left this on our doorstep overnight." Hands shaking, I unfolded the note, feeling a chill slip down my spine as I read the simple handwritten message. "We're sorry. Please be careful. We'll try not to contact you again." It was unsigned, anonymous, and yet undeniably connected to everything that had happened. 1,000 unanswered questions rushed through my mind, and no matter how I turned them over, No explanations came. One thing, however, became painfully clear. This wasn't random. They knew me. They knew my family, my friends. And whatever their intentions, they decided now that I was in danger. But from what or who I still didn't know. After the note appeared on my parents' doorstep, everything felt different. It wasn't paranoia or fear exactly, but a heightened awareness of every little thing around me. Every unfamiliar car passing slowly down our street, every stranger walking too close behind me at the grocery store, everything suddenly mattered. I felt exposed, vulnerable, constantly watched. My parents urged me to go to the police, but I hesitated. What could I say that wouldn't make me sound crazy or paranoid? There hadn't been threats or violence, just unsettling encounters and vague warnings. The police wouldn't take it seriously, or worse, they'd dismiss it entirely, without concrete proof or even a direct threat. There was nothing they could do. Still, my father was insistent, and eventually, reluctantly, I agreed to speak with someone. At the local police station, I sat in a small office, quietly explaining the bizarre situation to a tired-looking detective named Martin. He listened patiently, jotting occasional notes, and only interrupted when he needed clarification. "So, they didn't threaten you directly?" he asked calmly, tapping his pen against his notepad. "No," I admitted softly, frustration building inside me. "But they knew too much. They mentioned specific details about my hometown, about my family. It was creepy." He nodded slowly, thoughtful but clearly skeptical. "Is it possible these were just acquaintances of your parents, or someone who recognized you from social media?" "No," I said firmly. "I've thought about that. My parents didn't recognize the descriptions, and I keep my profiles private. None of this adds up." Detective Martin sighed gently, rubbing his eyes. "Look, I believe you. Something strange is going on, but there's just not much I can do right now. Keep an eye out, document anything suspicious. If anything more direct happens, let me know." Feeling defeated, I left the station and returned to my parents' house, unsure what to do next. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stumbled into something bigger than myself, something hidden and troubling, something I was never supposed to know about. Days turned into weeks, and eventually, life had to return to some form of normal. Sophie and I finally met up again, both of us eager to put the strangeness behind us. Sitting across from her in our favorite coffee shop, we carefully avoided mentioning what had happened at the restaurant, focusing instead on small, safe conversations. Yet beneath every laugh, every smile, there was tension we both pretended not to notice. Eventually, Sophie set down her coffee, her voice quiet but firm. "We can't keep pretending it didn't happen," she finally said, looking me directly in the eyes. "Have you heard anything else?" "No," I admitted, relief flooding me that she had finally spoken up. "But someone left a note at my parents' place a few weeks ago. Just said they were sorry, told me to be careful." Sophie's face went pale, her expression troubled. "Sam, that's serious. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "I don't know," I sighed. "I guess I thought if I didn't talk about it, it would just go away." She shook her head gently, leaning in closer. "You can't just ignore stuff like that. Whoever they were, They weren't random. They knew things nobody should know. I went to the police, I told her quietly. They couldn't do much without direct threats. Sophie exhaled slowly, clearly frustrated. Maybe it's time to find out for ourselves. If nobody else is going to help us, maybe we need to look into it on our own. At first, the idea terrified Mabute deep down. I knew she was right. We had to do something. Over the following weeks, we began carefully piecing together everything we could. We made notes, retraced our steps, and even revisited the restaurant. But no matter how carefully we searched, we found nothing. No leads, no clues, no couple waiting to explain themselves. It was as though they had vanished entirely, leaving only confusion behind. Then, one evening, Sophie called me, her voice trembling with nervous excitement. "I found something," she said quickly. "You need to see this. Come over." I arrived at her apartment half an hour later, and she led me immediately to her computer. On the screen was a local news article from Hillside, dated nearly 20 years ago. The headline read clearly, "Local couple missing. Police find no clues." My heart sped up as I skimmed the article. It told the story of a husband and wife, Stephen and Marie Caldwell, who vanished suddenly one night, leaving behind their young daughter. There had been no signs of foul play, no explanations, and eventually the investigation stalled completely. "They were from Hillside," Sophie explained nervously. "But look at the photo." My breath caught as my eyes focused on the grainy picture of the couple smiling warmly at the camera. Even with the poor image quality, the resemblance was unmistakable. "It's them," I whispered softly. "The couple from the restaurant." "But that doesn't make sense," Sophie said quietly, shaking her head in confusion. "This was years ago." "Maybe they're family?" I suggested cautiously. "Maybe relatives?" She shook her head slowly, glancing nervously toward me. "No, Sam. Look closer. It's definitely them." A chill settled over the room, reality slipping slightly as we both struggled to understand what this meant. The couple we'd encountered had known so much because they'd once lived here, in our town, but they'd vanished 2 decades ago without a trace. "So who were the people we talked to?" I asked quietly, my voice shaking. Sophie didn't answer right away, staring blankly at the screen. Finally she shrugged, looking lost. "I have no idea, but I think we need to stop digging. Whatever this is, it's bigger than us. Maybe they just wanted us to know something happened, something nobody else saw." We never found another explanation. We didn't pursue it further, didn't contact the police again, because honestly, what could we say? A missing couple from 2 decades ago sat beside us at a restaurant, knew our lives intimately, and then vanished again without explanation. Nobody would believe it. Gradually, Sophie and I returned fully to our normal lives. The strange encounters never happened again, and eventually we allowed ourselves to forget, or at least to pretend we did. We found new restaurants, new friends, and moved forward, carrying only the quiet understanding between us that some questions never get answered. But sometimes, late at night when sleep refuses to come, I still wonder about the couple from Hillside, about what happened to them 20 years ago, and why, for just a brief moment, they appeared to us. Maybe Sophie was right. Maybe they just wanted someone to notice, someone to remember their story even if we never truly understood it. Even now, that's the closest we've come to making sense of it all. And strangely enough, it's enough.